Going live now, and it looks like we are live.
Great. Welcome to the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm State Senator Mark Lawrence. I'm the Senate Chair of the committee, and I represent Southern York County along the New Hampshire border, which is Kittery, York, Ogunquit, Elliott, the town I live in, part of South Berwick and part of Berwick. And with me also is the House Chair of the committee, Representative Berry, and I'll ask him to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Seth Berry, and I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bowdenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec.
Great. And I'll just go around the virtual horseshoe to ask people to introduce themselves. And we'll start off with our House Republican lead, Nathan Wadsworth.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nate Wadsworth, and I represent District 70, the towns of Hiram, Porter, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell. We announced the Freiburg Fair is happening this fall yesterday.
We're all very excited that we received our fair passes this year. Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Garland, Exeter, Stetson, Charleston, and Dexter.
Representative Ziegler.
Morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler from District 96 in Waldo County. I represent the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont.
Representative Grohowski.
Good morning, all. Nicole Grahowski. I represent House District 132, City of Ellsworth, and Town of Trenton.
Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I live on the island community of Arousik.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula. And I'm going to be hopping back and forth today between our committee and Veterans and Legal Affairs.
Representative Berry. Oh, I'm sorry, I already did Representative Berry. Representative Kessler.
Good morning. I'm Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Great, and that includes all the members of the committee who are present at this point. I will just let members of the viewing audience know that periodically our members will leave, come back to the hearing. We all serve, many of us serve on multiple committees. All of us have legislation that's now either being worked on or being heard in other committees. So we have the need to be in 2, 3, or 4 places at the same time. So we have across our desks now several Zooms going on at once that we have to shift back and forth to. So it's no reflection on your bill or the item you're here working on. It's just a reflection on how stretched thin the Maine Citizens Legislature is. We are having a work session today, and a work session first is a chance for us to, as a committee, to work on a bill. And it's internal discussion within the committee. This is not a public hearing. It's a chance for us to talk about what we heard at the public hearing, to gather more information we need to make a decision, to consider how or what direction we want to go to the bill, make a motion to that effect, and ultimately, hopefully, to have a vote at some time on that legislation so we can report it back out to the legislature one way or the other. There are people in the attendees list, and there may be people who committee members asked to provide additional information to the committee or to just give the committee information we think is necessary for our discussion. That is by invitation. So a member of the committee has to invite the person to testify. You'll be beamed over from the attendees list to be a panelist. That'll be an opportunity for that committee member to ask you their questions and any other committee member to follow up with any questions. Once we're done asking you questions, you'll be beamed back over to the attendees list. Just so you know, people in the attendees list don't have the ability to volunteer additional statements, to add additional statements at this point. This is no longer a public hearing, though you do have the ability to submit written testimony to the committee, and we take that all the way up to the point at which we pass out a bill out of committee or a committee report. This is a committee that does read written testimony very thoroughly, goes through it, reviews it, relies on it. So do not hesitate to submit written testimony at any time to the committee, or update your testimony from the public hearing. After this, we'll be having a series of public hearings, and the rules for the public hearings are different. We are live streamed on the internet, and all your statements that you make before the committee are being recorded. All the written information you submit to the committee is being put on the committee website, so it's accessible by the public and will remain part of the permanent record of the committee. And at that time, we will have the ability of people to testify either 3 minutes in favor of a bill, 3 minutes opposed to a bill, or 3 minutes neither for nor against the bill. And that is with the exception of legislators who are excluded from that rule. But most legislators know if you can't say it in 3 minutes, it's probably not worth saying, because everybody has stopped listening to you anyway. So at the public hearing, I would just want to remind you that do not have anything of a political nature behind you. And with the same rules we have in the committee room, we don't allow signs, we don't allow political statements, we don't allow those types of things in the committee room, demonstrations, or anything like that. And also, please keep your language appropriate, how you discuss the bill appropriate, and always keep in mind that these hearings are being recorded, whether or not they're on Zoom or in person in the committee. We ask you, when you come up to testify, that you identify yourself, identify where you are from, and also if you're here speaking on behalf of an organization, you identify that organization you are speaking on behalf of. We have one work session this morning, and then 3 public hearings to follow. We do have some language reviews coming back before the committee after the work session. Language reviews are after the committee has voted on a bill and voted on various reports. Our committee analysts put it into writing, and that writing is reviewed by the revisers of statutes to make sure it's consistent with the drafting requirements of the Maine legislature. And it also goes to the Office of Fiscal and Program Review for any potential fiscal impact on the state. So we will be doing those language reviews after our work session. Because this is a work session, I'll introduce our legislative analyst, Dan Tartikoff, who's the gentleman with the beard, who will be presenting to us what he heard at the public hearing, what happened at the public hearing, and any notes on the bill that he might have. If this is a second work session on a bill, he will be updating us on anything that came in prior to the prior work session. With that, we'll proceed into our first work session, which is LD 487, an act regarding certain employees of and to allow supplemental funding for the public advocate. Dan, where are we at on this bill?
Well, this is actually a very special occasion. This is a 4th work session on this bill. So I don't think I'll belabor things, but we actually did a language review last week, after which there was quite a bit of discussion and the bill was reconsidered and then it was tabled. I don't, unless people want me to review the discussion from last time, I think Representative Berry may have some additional comments.
Okay, so I think it's been reconsidered pending a new motion before the committee. So I'll recognize Representative Berry.
Great. Thank you, Senator Lawrence. And from the conversations that I've had and that we did have last week on this bill, I think there were just some sort of fundamental questions around, how exactly the filing fees work in the case of both mergers and acquisition proceedings for utilities, and also in the case of CPCNs, or certificates of public convenience and necessity, for new transmission lines. And We did deal with these filing fees in LD 251. And I think what precipitated last week's discussion was really just wanting to make sure that what we did in this bill was sort of logically connected to what we did in LD 251. And in LD 251, the filing fees for mergers and acquisitions was up to 5/100ths of 1% of the total value of the transaction. And I think separately, current law says that for CPCNs, the other sort of item that we were discussing here, the current law is 2/100ths of 1% of the estimated cost for the line. But if it's a transmission line, a higher voltage transmission line, it's 4/100ths of 1%. So, you know, that's the logic that we have chosen to go forward with in LD 251. I think there was some legitimate concern last week expressed around the, in particular, the 50,000. Does that number make sense for a tiny utility, you know, with 6,000 customers, and also for a large utility with 640,000 customers? Probably not. So I think it was a good question that was raised. I think Representative Grochowski was asking some good questions. And I know that Representative Wadsworth also had some similar questions. So one other point of clarification that I just wanted to bring up is these fees are paid up, they're payable up front as part of the proceeding. But if they're not used, they are refunded to the applicant. So, you know, there is a component, it's really making money available to retain the expertise, typically a consultant, an expert consultant who can really vet, you know, a large complex merger transaction or a large complex new transmission line that may not be for reliability. But if the money is not used, then it is, you know, refunded to the applicant. And just one last point that I want to make is that where these filing fees are unavailable, the public advocate or the commission for that matter really have two choices. Either don't do the work, don't scrutinize the deal, don't check twice and look under the hood, but instead forego that that additional scrutiny, or they can instead come up with the additional money out of the budget that is charged to ratepayers. So where there is not adequacy in the filing fee, the money is paid by the ratepayers. So that's where I think, you know, we are trying to make sure that there's funding available to properly scrutinize things and protect the interests of the state, and B, that that money is not necessarily coming out of the pockets of ratepayers where it may not be appropriate. The PUC does have latitude to not use the money or charge some to ratepayers. Obviously, if it's a reliability line, that's probably a legitimate expense for ratepayers to incur, and that's normally, my understanding, is how it would be done. So all of this is to say, I think that there's a logical way to proceed, and probably that is to make this similar to what we did with LE 251 for the Public Utilities Commission. You'll recall that we discussed that at length with the PUC, but make that slightly less. I think the public advocate does have needs. They do need to be able to scrutinize things, but they probably, maybe it was Representative Wadsworth pointed out, or Representative Foster last week, that their needs may not be as great as the Public Utilities Commission. So I just wanted to float the idea that maybe we could set the bar at about half of what the PUC would get. So if it's 4/100ths of 1%, they would get 2/100ths of 1%. If it is 5/100ths of 1%, maybe we round up to 3/100ths of 1%, or we could do 2.5/100ths. It's an awkward number, but we could do that too. So I just wanted to float that idea that we do half of what the PUC would get, make that available to the public advocate for the scrutiny that's required for these sometimes very large, complex transactions. And it would be a smaller amount if it's a smaller transaction, because it would be based on the value. And just float that, see what people think, see if people have questions about it.
Is there a motion?
I will make that motion for the purpose of discussion.
Does everybody understand the motion? Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Representative Kessler. Debate or discussion? Representative Wadsworth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to hear from the public advocate on this, just to get his feedback on what Representative Berry just went through.
Okay, do we have the public advocate and the attendees, Jordan?
I am beaming him over now.
Thank you. Barry, did you hear the question from Representative Wadsworth?
He wanted to hear from me.
Right, he wanted to hear your reaction to
Sure.
Representative Berry's proposal.
Well, I'm embarrassed to grovel, to be honest, yesterday was a good example of how our office is outgunned. Yesterday, there was a stranded cost argument on basically trying to arrive at what the ratepayers are going to pay for stranded costs. On the other side of the table were 9 people. On our side of the table, it was Drew Landry, the deputy, and myself. Now, we're talking about big money. It would be nice to be able to have the resources. But again, the PUC even felt a little guilty because in the last case, and that's how they recommended that we get something on a percentage basis, because we spent money that we didn't have in order to go through the ownership transfer of Amera to NMAX. And obviously, that's what I think brought up the issue. What brought up my point of view is we should have the ability to find other resources. This is one of them. Look, I'm a person of goodwill and compromise. If you want to make it 3%, I'll go along, quite frankly, as a matter of principle. If we could get a unanimous report, I hope we can get a unanimous report. But quite frankly, if it's not going to be unanimous, then I don't want to bid against ourselves. I would hope that there would be some compromise, and I'm willing to compromise. This is the second or third time I've compromised on this particular issue. But if you decide you don't want to give us any funds, in 2 months' time, 3 months' time, whoever takes my place will have to be stuck doing the same type of thing, when it comes to budget time. And that is to make decisions of whether or not to engage certain consultants that are outside of our expertise on many cases. And it's just not this particular case I mentioned. It's most of the time. We also have to go with consultants that might not be of the A League, because the A League consultants who the utilities hire, we can't afford to hire those consultants. So there's a list of consultants that the public advocates, consumer advocates always use, because they're reasonable with their fees, and they're smaller operations than the big firms that the utilities have. But again, if you decide you don't think it's warranted, that's fine. We'll go with the status quo, and whoever takes my place will have to struggle with those issues. But I might add, this does not come from the general fund. This money does come from the utilities, and what they do is that, unfortunately, they take it in the rates. Now, I would like to see something in the future that maybe the shareholders should take part of that. But obviously that's another discussion for another day. I appreciate whatever you decide to do. On 3% would be fine. But if no one's going to compromise or show goodwill like I am, that's okay. I'm a big boy. I've been at government 30 years, and this is unfortunately the new times in the legislature. So I'm sorry. I respect whatever the committee decides to do.
And actually, Barry, if you think about it, you and I have been at this for 42 plus years.
Yes, we have. That's true.
Representative Grochowski, do you have a question for Mr. Hobbins?
Yes, I do. Just for my own clarity, the $60,000 price tag that you incurred for the experts in the Emerita NMAX acquisition, because this wasn't set up, who paid for that?
The Office of Public Advocates. We took it out of our fund. If you recall, Representative Gorowski, it was a long, complicated case when it came down to community benefits. And fortunately, our office drafted a bill for community benefits that made it retroactive to the Emerita NMAX case. As you recall, I believe you formally intervened 2 days before the inflation, and which I'm glad you did. We were able to extract another $5 million, which went to a low-income fund that the Maine State Housing Authority has distributed. So I appreciate that. But in doing that, you should know, Representative Grochowski, it cost us more money because we had to recalculate everything with the consultants. I mean, every time we have a situation like that, we give it to the consultancy. What issues are there? And we had to look at, for example, trying to figure out what to do with the $5 million, which I'm glad. If it weren't for you, quite frankly, we wouldn't have got the $5 million. I would.
But back to yes, thank you. Back to the original point. So it's coming out of the OPA's budget. The OPA's budget comes from whom?
Well, it gets assessed to the utilities.
So it comes from the ratepayers
that invest the utilities. What they obviously do is they, which I think should be looked at. They bake it through the rates, which is not a big increase to everyone to have that type of protection, but still that should be looked at also. See, our problem is by statute, that's why I wanted some other source of income, and this is one that the PUC recommended, fees to help ourselves with those situations that we had with Emerita and NMAX. But as I said before, that's the system. I think the system should change. I think there should be an overall look at the way the Public Utilities Commission's staff operates when it comes to cases. There's a long host of things, but obviously I'm not going to be around to marshal ideas and support. But I wish I was, but I'm kind of glad I'm not.
Representative Wadsworth, do you have a question for Mr. Hobbins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to see you this morning, Mr. Hobbins.
Great to see you, Representative Wadsworth.
Surrounding states, do you know if they do it with kind of a fixed fee, like in the majority report here, or if they do it in a percentage for their public advocates? I think,
well, it all depends around the country. Many times this comes out of the general fund in many states. I would say the majority of states, or it could be a hybrid. I think Pennsylvania is a hybrid, to be honest with you. I think part of it's an assessment and part of it is the foundation. The foundation is from, and we've had those type of mixtures before when the public utilities, this office first got off the ground, there was no quote assessment with a percentage, because as you know, the Public Utilities Commission also is different in different states. In many states, it's elected, which is very interesting. So it's a regular campaign. And they run a campaign with TV ads and radio ads and newspaper ads and to be a public utilities commissioner. And guess who pays for all of that? It's not
Taxpayers.
It's, well, no, I think it's probably the people, the investor utilities pay a lot of that. A lot of that expense. So I think we have a good system. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want a system like that, where it becomes a stepping stone to governor or attorney general or some other position.
Okay,
that's a valid point, but it's all around different in every other state. Each is different.
Other questions for Mr. Hobbins? Representative Barry?
Thank you. Mr. Hobbins, I just appreciate your coming to work with us again on this, and hoping that we can get to a resolution today. Just to make sure that that I'm clear, your budget, as you said, does not come from tax dollars. We approve a certain amount that is, as with the cost of the PUC, that is passed on to ratepayers. And in rate cases, the regulatory costs of the utility is typically also passed on to ratepayers. So it's a pretty gigantic exercise in adding cost to our rates. But what you do is try to bring those rates down. And I really appreciate that work and the importance of the office for that reason. We're talking about a very different kind of type of case. It's not a rate case, but rather scrutinizing a merger or acquisition. These are decisions made by people typically, not based in Maine that are, looking at buying or selling, their holdings. I think, and certainly in the case of some of our large utility transactions, there were multiple levels of holding companies and parent companies involved. Obviously not something that the ratepayers choose, and not something that the ratepayers should pay to make possible. If it works for us, great, but it's not something we should be paying for. So I don't think there's any disagreement about that. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. If we do increase the filing fee that the shareholders need to pay as part of their request to have this transaction approved, that is not necessarily going to be passed on to ratepayers. My understanding is it's not, that filing fee is paid for by shareholders. Maybe the commission can decide to approve making that recoverable, but it's not. The assumption is it will not be. Do you disagree with that?
Well, all depends. It all depends what you say. When you have 11 people or 12 people, and sometimes with the NECAC case, there were probably 25 people with representing all the special interests, the gas people who don't want the project because they like us to pay more money for natural gas. And then there was Hydro-Quebec, who obviously they're going to get they'll get it through the state or the province of Quebec, who own it wholly. But I'll tell you what we've done in my office, and I appreciate the committee, is that we established an economic advisor who has an MBA in finance, has an MBA in finance, has an MBA and master's degree in business administration, and an undergraduate degree. And he's been extremely helpful to us on cases. And that is, quite frankly, his salary has been saved because he does other work with many cases, and cases that are going on now. We have a rate case in water, Maine Water Company, Amera. We have rate cases, and all the gas companies have a rate case in. This is a busy time, and obviously some of that expenses, for example, the gas company is being purchased. Bangor Gas is being purchased by another investment banker group. So we have to run the numbers to see whether or not they're passing it through to the ratepayer. And because now with community benefits, it has been helpful. I mean, that bill that our office proposed took it from a situation where do no harm was the standard, and now it has to be in the benefit of the communities. And that's where we've been very fortunate. Representative Gahowski is a good example by essentially not signing the stipulation and not signing the stipulation, but getting involved as intervener. She had a place at the table, and it was very helpful to us. So again, as I said before, I respect whatever you do. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, but from a standpoint of good public policy, it's the right thing to do. Unless you're going to go to some hybrid, but I don't think that's a good idea either. But that's here and there.
Are there other questions from the committee for Mr. Hobbins?
I appreciate your time though, and I didn't really realize that this had the importance of magnitude of 4 work sessions because, you know.
Well, it's not the most work sessions we've ever done on a bill, Barry, I think.
Oh, no, I can tell you, there's some bills that were 10, 12, 20 work sessions.
Okay, Jordan, you can beam Mr. Hobbins back over.
Thank you for your consideration.
You're welcome. And the pending motion is the motion by Representative Berry. Is there any further debate or discussion? Dan, did you have a procedural question?
I was hoping to get some clarity on the motion. I don't know if everyone else is clear on it, but I understand the proposal for the reorganization filing fee for OPA is to have it be essentially half of what is proposed in LD 251, right. Which I understand that. Presumably, this would also be in reference to the CPCN filing fee, which is a little bit different. At present, the PUC has the 2/100ths for most petitions, and then the increased 4/100ths for the high voltage transmission lines. OPA at present gets 2/100ths across the board, similar to PUC, but there is authority to account for and request additional monies above that filing fee. So I just wanted some clarity on how your proposal would affect the CPCN filing fee, because the prior amendment would increase the OPAs to 4/100ths of 1% for those high voltage transmission line petitions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Berry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dan, for that clarification. And I think what would be cleanest is to use 3% in place of the 4%, or excuse me, 3/100ths of 1% in place of the 4/100ths that we talked about. So we're bringing that down a little bit for the CPCNs, and then in place of the 50,000 for mergers and acquisitions, make that 3/100ths of 1% as well. That would be my motion.
Representative Berry, I understand that you're modifying your motion. Is that correct?
Slightly. Yeah, that's right.
Representative Kessler, you seconded. Are you comfortable with that modification?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. So Dan, is there further clarification you need?
So just to be clear, are you having a 3/100ths of 1% filing fee for CPCNs across the board, or is that increased for the high voltage?
It is increased for the high voltage. We leave it at 2% for the lower voltage.
Okay, and retain that language currently in statute that allows them to bill for more beyond that filing fee?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, does everyone understand the motion? Debate or discussion? Are we ready for a vote? Jordan, why don't you call the roll?
Okay. So the motion was ought to pass as amended for LD 487, and we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli.
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart, I believe, is absent currently. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood appears to have stepped away at the minute. Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth is a yes. Representative Grignan, I believe, is also absent currently. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo is also absent at this time. Representative Foster, was there a motion to go along with your opposition?
I'm not sure what I had on my previous vote, but I think it was just ought not to pass.
Okay. Sounds good. So that is 8 in favor of the motion, 1 against, with 4 absences.
Okay, the motion prevails. So that terminates the work session on this bill. We will, I assume, Dan, have another language review.
If everyone's okay with it, I may just bring back final language with a final fiscal so that
That
this
would be
gets
great.
moving.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to have move on to some language reviews. Dan, do you have any?
Yes, I have 2 language reviews, and I sent them out at the beginning of the meeting, so they should be in your inbox already, and I'll screen share. So the first one is LD 1291, an act to reduce fire response time by eliminating standardized dispatch protocols for fire 911 calls. This was a majority ought not to pass report, and we're reviewing the final amendment language for the minority ought to pass as amended report. The substance of the proposal comes from a recommendation, a technical recommendation that was included in my bill analysis. And this is simply to eliminate the language regarding funding for and adoption of standardized dispatch protocols and put in new language prohibiting the adoption of rules requiring implementation of standardized dispatch protocols for fire 911 calls. There is a fiscal note for the bill that notes that the elimination of the funding requirement will reduce contractual obligations, and it includes a deallocation, an ongoing deallocation of $100,000 in other special revenue funds at the Emergency Services Communication Bureau within the PUC starting in FY 21 to 22, as that will no longer be needed to fund training and other aspects of the standardized dispatch protocols. So I can answer any questions anyone has about that review.
Are any questions on that language review? Is everyone comfortable with it? If you're not comfortable, just raise your hand. I see, Dan, that everybody is comfortable with it, so we can go ahead. Do you have the next language review?
Yep. Oops, it's at the bottom. So the other one I have is LD 1306. This is an act to include crisis response services and emergency services offered through the E911 system. This was a unanimous committee amendment, ought to pass as amended, and based on resolved language that the sponsor, Representative Morales, provided at the work session. And this essentially removes the first part of the bill that made a statutory change and makes a couple of slight tweaks to the second part of the bill that directed a study and report back by the Emergency Services Communication Bureau within the PUC regarding the protocols and procedures necessary to ensure the delivery of crisis response services under the state's E911 system. So this would be a report back coming back to this committee next February. There is a fiscal note included that indicates per the PUC, the review directed in the amendment will require the use of outside consulting services. And accordingly, the resolve includes a one-time allocation of $100,000 in fiscal year 21 to 22 for those consulting services. The fiscal note notes that the Emergency Services Communication Bureau has sufficient cash available to fund that additional allocation. So I can answer any questions anyone has about that.
Are there any questions from the committee about that language review? Is there anybody who is uncomfortable with the language review? Okay, Dan, looks like it's all set to go. Is that it for you?
That's all I have. Unless there's something else, I think we have hearings coming up next.
Okay. Deirdre, you don't have any language review? She doesn't. Dan?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No, I don't have any. Yeah.
Good. Okay, well, this will conclude then our work session on this bill and our language reviews, and we'll go on to public hearings. And I will turn it over to the House Chair of the committee, Representative Berry.
Okay. And we have 3 public hearings this morning. We will begin with LD 900, followed by LD 918, and last but not least, LD 336. Just as a reminder, public hearings are the opportunity for the general public to testify on legislation. You will be streaming on our YouTube channel, and also promoted when it's your turn to testify over to the panelist screen, or so we like to say beamed over from attendee to panelist for your 3 minutes and your opportunity to speak to the committee. At the end of 3 minutes, if you have not finished your testimony, I will ask you to wrap it up, and the committee will then ask you any questions they may have, and then you'll be beamed back over. As always, we begin with the sponsor of the bill presenting his or her legislation, and that is followed by an opportunity for co-sponsors to testify, then those wishing to speak in favor of the legislation, then those wishing to speak in opposition to the legislation, and then those wishing to testify neither for nor against. At least one of our bills, LD 336, does have quite a number of folks signed up to testify, and we might take a few comments out of order just to mix it up a little bit and keep people in the neither for nor against and opposition from having to wait until the very, very bitter end. So stay tuned there, but we will be beginning with LD 900. And before we begin, just a couple other housekeeping matters. When you are beamed over to the panelist section to be able to speak, you'll want to unmute yourself, turn on your video, and please refrain from use of the chat during that time. The chat is often very tempting to add some information or answer a question, but we reserve the chat only for procedural matters, such as might come to our clerk, helping people with a technical issue, that sort of thing. And let's see what else. The public hearings are, again, your opportunity to speak. We will then schedule a work session later on, probably in a week or two. And we are moving pretty quickly through bills. So we hope to make a fairly quick vote on all of these bills that are being presented here today. One other just reminder, our committee clerk, Jordan Merrifield, is available if you do have technical questions, and our analysts are Dan Tartikoff and Deirdre Schneider. For the first 2 bills, Dan is the analyst, and for the third bill, LD 336, Deirdre Schneider is the analyst. And thank you, Jordan, for putting up that excellent notice. I think that'll be very helpful so folks can be aware of what bill is being discussed as we go along. It's a nice innovation and we appreciate it. So with that, we will open the public hearing on LD 900, and I will be turning it over to the sponsor to present it. I believe this bill is being presented today by Representative Kessler. Representative Kessler, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please bear with me if I have technical difficulties, if I start to break up or get choppy, just please interrupt me and let me know, and I'll log in from my smartphone. So Representative Barry and esteemed members of my EUT committee, I'm Chris Kessler, of course, from South Portland, representing part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth. And I introduced LD 900 with great ambitions. The crux of the bill is really taking a look at our need to deal with recycling the clean energy infrastructure that we are installing throughout the state in much greater scale. And also for the potential to lure investors into our state to establish a clean energy recycling facility. I did not have the ability to work on this bill amongst all of the other bills on my plate this session. So I would leave it up to the committee to go two routes. One is if you think that it is a worthy idea to work on and carry over into the second regular session, I would appreciate that. This particular topic has also been introduced in other committees this session. Representative O'Connor had introduced a bill about recycling solar panels. The DEP also had a bill that at least establishes the decommissioning process. But I think that this is an opportunity for our state that we could create good jobs with this and help facilitate a more sustainable clean energy economy. So with that being said, I would appreciate a carryover vote, or like many left socks and good intentions, it'll go to the land of Narnia, who knows? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Kessler. Are there questions for the sponsor? Representative Ziegler.
Yes. Thank you, Chris, we have to discuss the issue about recycling solar panels. In particular, the bill that Chris was relating to was in ENR the other day. Chris, Representative Kessler, do you agree with that bill and that they want $125 upfront cost for every solar panel to fund the eventually decommissioning?
Thank you, Representative Ziegler, for the question. I do not think that is an appropriate price, especially given how much an individual panel costs. But that analysis of what the appropriate fee would be still needs to be had. This particular concept draft was, rather than have it be a fee assessed like that, it would be assessed when a project is ready to go online. It has its interconnection all ready to go. That it will be paid for at that time with the PUC. So I did reach out to MREA on getting some advice, but it's at the point in the session where it's just a little bit too busy at this point to take on new tasks. So
just a quick follow-up. Do you do something like an EPR bill for solar and wind and so forth, where there's a less of a percent, maybe 4% of the value being tacked on to develop a fund for decommissioning renewable?
once again, I would purely be throwing a dart at the board with my eyes closed and figuring out percentages. So I personally need to do a lot more work into figuring out what the appropriate cost would be that also would not significantly raise the price of development and thus increase rates overly so.
Thank you. Any other questions for the sponsor? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Kessler. And we'll go on to co-sponsors, testimony and support from Representative Foster.
Thank you, Representative Berry. I'm not exactly a co-sponsor, but I am signing on to this with my testimony. Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, esteemed fellow colleagues of the EUT committee, thank you for the opportunity. I will not read my testimony. As has been stated many times, I know that you all will take the opportunity to do so. I will simply point out a couple of things. One is, we are talking about a large volume of equipment, materials that if we reach our goals by 2050 will be dotted about the landscape of Maine. As far as I know, so far, there is no detailed plan on that equipment once it's run its course. My testimony refers mostly to solar. And if we approach the 45,000 acres of solar panels that Dr. Silkman said would be necessary to meet his estimates of power generation just from that method, I would point out that that would equal at 2.2 pounds per square foot, over 2,156,000 tons of material. That's just the panels. That's not any support framework or other electrical equipment. I would also leave you with one other number besides that 45,000 acres and how much material that is. And that is the fact that if you think about the size of the magnitude of that, Acadia National Park sits on federal and private lands. That land mass total is about 47,000 acres. So we're talking about a lot of solar panels. And in addition, there will be a huge amount of battery storage materials. And of course, for those of us who were tied up in traffic jams when the 56 wind towers were being erected in Kingsbury Plantation and parts thereof, we know that there's a lot of material involved in the number of wind towers that are expected to be installed. So I do think that it's important that the state looks at how do we manage that. As far as I know at this time, there is no plan, no detailed plan for that. So thank you. I'd be willing to answer any questions that I can, but I'll leave the rest of the testimony for your perusal.
Thank you, Representative Foster. Any questions for Representative Foster? Okay. I guess I have a quick one. Representative Foster, if this bill were either carried over or came back in a new LD, either in the coming session or legislature, I do wonder about it going to the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, where, as has been referenced, there's some bills percolating on, extended producer responsibility, EPR, or product stewardship. Would you be inclined to work with Representative Kessler on such a bill if it were to go in that direction?
Yes, Representative Berry, I certainly would be willing to look at that with him. Again, one of the reasons I submitted my testimony was when I looked at other testimonies or the lack thereof, I felt that I needed to support my good friend from South Portland and a small smidgen of Cape of Elizabeth. And that was another reason I submitted that testimony, so he wouldn't feel all alone there. So I certainly would be willing to. We have discussed this a little bit. We both agree that that it is an important issue.
Great, thank you. I would agree. Representative Kessler. Did I see a
Thank
question
you,
from you?
Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good representative from Dexter for showing some love. That would be fantastic. I would love to work on this a bit further in a bipartisan fashion. And just to be clear about the intent of this bill, that it really was not necessarily about the ins and outs of how to recycle, but to establish a fund to be a carrot for investors to come in the state and establish a new facility. So, but I would be glad to have that bipartisan help. So,
Great. Any other questions for Representative Foster? All right, seeing none. Up next, neither for nor against, is the public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Representative Barry, Chairman. And I appreciate the opportunity, members of the committee. I'm Barry Hobbins. I'm the public advocate, and here in favor in my testimony of possibly establishing some type of carryover or the opportunity to look into this issue. This is going to be a very, very important issue in the future. Those are the issues that are the hard ones to come up with a plan for. And I'm very impressed with the bipartisan side of your committee, and very impressed with the idea of this issue is really going to be a focal point in the future. So I don't know the mechanism, but I would say that you have plenty of them, but I don't think this should be put on the back burner. I think it should be moved forward, and this committee would be a good committee to maybe spend a little time on as a study. Thank you very much for your test. Thank you very much, and I'm glad I testified neither for nor against, but I do encourage some action on the bill in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Any questions? Very good. And Jordan, I believe that is the extent of the testimony on this bill. Is that right?
That is correct.
Great. So that will close the public hearing on LD 900. We'll take it up at a work session to be scheduled, perhaps within a week, perhaps longer. And that brings us to LD 918, which is sponsored by Representative Sophia Warren of Scarborough. And I think Jordan will beam her over. Great. Welcome, Representative Warren. And we welcome you to the Energy Utilities Technology Committee for the first time. And it's good to have someone from Scarborough joining us, because we all miss Representative Chiazzo on the committee. So the floor is yours to present your bill.
Thank you very much, and good morning, respected colleagues of the Energy Committee. Thank you very much, Representative Barry, Chair. And I really appreciate you hearing this concept draft this morning. I appreciate the consideration. This has got a couple parts that I think are extremely common sense, bordering on dull, and then I guess a concept that I thought was compelling enough to still try to come forward with this, but is just not in the place that I would want to move forward with it, in part, frankly, because the Equity Subcommittee of the Maine Climate Council hasn't come out with full policy recommendations, and that is important to me, in part for the reasons that will become clear through this presentation. So this bill, it puts into statute 2 of the executive orders directed by Governor Mills and in 2019, and steps taken independently by the Maine Climate Council and by state agencies through their authority in rulemaking. So it does not explicitly propose a change from anything currently in law through an executive order or via rulemaking until I get to the end, which will propose a function of funding weatherization for lower income Mainers, but is the piece that I am not, I guess, explicitly including as part of the amendment here today, but again, is for your consideration. But the reason that I want to put these two executive orders into Maine state law and then add a element from the Maine Climate Council is to establish a stable and reliable transition to a clean energy economy, where I think certain measures that have been taken are best to be secured into law. You may determine that these mechanisms are best left to the chief executive, the Maine Climate Council, or independent agencies. But with all the work that has been done in the past year to address the climate crisis, I think it is valuable to codify what has been working and what is already in motion. Stability is important, especially for smaller businesses and in the process of great state investments like the one coming over the next 3 years. I think that as part of this, two dynamics that I would illustrate why it could be valuable to have these things in law is one, the fact that the equity subcommittee, though the report has been issued, hasn't issued its specific policy recommendations. And that's because it's a independent development from the Maine Climate Council, but one that could in the future issue in a similar way a style of Mitchell report, which evaluated the Maine Climate Council recommendations, but again, itself did not provide things that I could use as a reference for myself and how I would come forward to you today. So this bill in principle would do 3 things. It would put in statute Executive Order 10, the state goal to achieve carbon neutrality in our economy by 2045, where the Maine Climate Council shall approve recommendations required to meet these goals in each of their following reports. Puts into statute Executive Order 13 with the state policy goal and directing all agencies to implement a sustainability plan to meet or exceed the state's renewable energy and greenhouse gas reduction timelines and targets, including the DAFS in the Augusta Master Plan for state facilities, as directed by the Leading by Example executive order that gave specific plans in February of this year. But wanting to have those measures reviewed every 2 years in the same model issued by that executive order, and including the Maine Climate Council's provided recommendations required to meet the state goals in each of their reports to review in the same way of that executive order 10 of the carbon neutrality goal by 2045. And then third, it would establish the equity subcommittee as a co-equal working group of the Maine Climate Council, including the decision of the council to issue that equity analysis of the working group by the statutory deadline, though. So in addition to the status review of state plans, this would replicate that model of the Mitchell report, but require that the equity subcommittee provide its own recommendations for the same statutory deadline as all other working groups. And in addition, for your consideration, but honestly, again, I feel that I've got to wait for the equity subcommittee to complete its work. 2 additions for your consideration would be around directing the Maine Climate Council to prioritize those living in fuel poverty in all future reports, as well as directing explicitly the Maine Efficiency Maine and the Maine Housing Energy Efficiency programs, including its weatherization programs, to prioritize funding and rulemaking to those living in fuel poverty and meeting Maine's long-term carbon reduction requirements. The 2 things that this would look like in practice could be a decision made independently by Maine Housing to disclude the term low income from their definitions of LIHEAP to just HEAP. I think that could be further replicated and built out on with further consideration rulemaking that they do, as well as adding things like heating and cooling pumps into definitions where appropriate. These are 2 recommendations issued by the Mitchell report, the Maine Climate Council, and I'll include this in what I issue to you, but specifically page 21. So the programs explicitly that target low income and otherwise vulnerable populations, particularly through the CAP programs with the LIHEAP and WAP services for low income families. And then in addition to that, I think there's a really interesting, compelling program. At one point, what this bill was going to be was considering how we fund our transition. And I think that there's a variety of ways that people are discussing doing that. But it does seem like one of the biggest hurdles but in weatherization programs and moving along and thinking, how could I combine different programs and benefit services? How can I get more people on the list, the people who need it most? Things like weatherization and energy efficiency work. But it feels to me, and speaking to different CAP program folks and people that are involved in this type of weatherization work in Maine, that we have more than enough people who really need these services and just too little in providers and people who want these services but can't afford it. And anyway, there's a couple different ways that it seems like people are trying to address that, but one I haven't really heard, but I just feel I couldn't move forward at this point until next year with the equity subcommittee. But there's this model. It's in 8 different states and something like 60 municipalities across the country. And it's a pay-as-you-save program, which would enable consumer-owned utilities. And in Maine right now, I know there's a bigger conversation, but it would lead to prioritizing rural communities who have more independent or smaller consumer utilities. But it's a system that enables utilities to invest in cost-effective resource efficiency and renewables on the customer side of the meter and recover all their costs. Participating customers have money-saving, resource-efficient upgrades installed with no upfront payment at all on their utility bill, and only for as long as they occupy the location where these upgrades would be installed. The monthly charge is always lower than the estimated savings, and it remains on the bill for that location until the utility recovers its cost. So while this pay-as-you-save, it allows for payment over time. It does not involve any consumer loan obligations upfront. So I'll just include that as a general proposal, but that's all I've got for you today. I really appreciate your consideration. And I know as well that there are folks that are doing this work in some other function. So it's possible, I think Representative Duterte has a model of this. I think mine's adds something a little bit more technical, but it could be added to hers and maybe you move that forward. So that's all I have for you today. I appreciate your consideration. I'd be happy to take any questions. And this is truly a concept draft, but certainly I've learned a lot while trying to work it through. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Appreciate your ideas. And I guess I just want to ask you to start off. It sounds like you'll be sending us some language.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Look forward to receiving that. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thanks again for joining us. Good to see you. And we will go on to testimony from the public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Good morning, Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins. I'm here to testify neither for nor against this bill, but I do first want to commend Representative Warren. This is her first term in the legislature, and I would say you would never known it's her first term. She seems to have really adapted well of becoming substantive in a very early stage in her career regarding this matter. There's much going on in this field. The governor's Climate Council has in April put out a very, very thorough roadmap, basically a 4-year plan for climate action. And it touches upon many of the issues that Representative Warren is talking about. Also, the governor's climate council. And also I participated along with many stakeholders in a group that started and met about 12 times over the course of a 6-month period. And it was a group that was sponsored by the Nature Conservancy and engaged the Great Plains Institute to basically put together a report. It's known as the Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative. It's referred to as MERDI. And there are stakeholder recommendations from a broad range of stakeholders who are involved in this process, including myself and the Office of the Public Advocate. to plan, build, and operate electric grid that is needed to meet Maine's climate and energy requirements that are being outlined in the by the Governor's Climate Council book and also by the different working groups. I think that I commend Representative Warren for keeping this in the front burner. I believe that we need to look at this report that was done by Great Plains Institute and the Nature Conservancy, who initiated the Great Plains Institute's engagement, as well as the Climate Council recommendations of December of this year. So again, congratulations to Representative Warren. She acts more like a sophomore transfer than she does a freshman. And I say that with deep respect. So please consider keeping this on the front burner. Look at the Climate Council recommendations in your future endeavors during this 2-year term. And also, if you could look at the group report, which is known as the Murdy report. I think it's good background reading. Thank you very much. And any questions I might be glad to answer them for you.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and we will be wrapping it up. I believe, Jordan, anyone else that has signed on to testify?
That is it for LD 918.
Okay. So that will bring us to the final hearing scheduled for today, which is LD 336, but it is 10:19 when we customarily try to take a brief break. And I just want to see if folks would appreciate having 15 minutes. I see a few nodding heads. So we will listen to the now internalized voice of Senator Dad and take a 15-minute break. Please turn off your video and your audio, and we'll be back in 15. Okay, welcome back. And if you can turn on your video, if you're still with us, that would be great. We'll be starting the public hearing for LD 336. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we certainly have a quorum, so we will jump right in. Again, the bill will be presented by its sponsor. We will hear testimony in favor of the bill, followed by testimony in opposition, and finally testimony neither for nor against. Without further ado, the chair is pleased to recognize to present the
It's a
bill,
little weird, but
the bill sponsor, Senator Mark Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Chair Barry and members of the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence, representing Southern York County, and I'm here today to happily present LD 336, an act to encourage research to support the Maine offshore wind industry. And this is for such a short bill, this is a very broad topic, and there are going to be many people come after me who testify to the many facets of this legislation and this project. And I'm not going to go into all of them because they are much more qualified than I am. I will tell you there's going to be a sponsors amendment coming into the work session that will provide more detail on this project as it has developed over the months and as it comes forward. But I just wanted to highlight for you 3 points why this is probably one of the most critical bills we will be dealing with, certainly in EUT and in the Maine legislature. The first starts with this block of wood. And this block of wood has sat on my desk for the last 25 years as a paperweight. I have actually 2 of them for 2 desks. And it was given to me by a professor at the University of Maine. When I was the Senate Minority Leader and about to become the Senate President back in 1996, a professor from the University of Maine named George Jacobson appeared in my office, and he asked me, I was packing up my cardboard boxes, getting ready to move, and he said, "Can I have 20 minutes of your time?" And I said, "Sure." And he sat down on one of the cardboard boxes, and he showed me a graph and began to talk to me very succinctly and very specifically about how the fact that Maine ranked 50th in research and development invested by the state in developing research and development projects in Maine. And we received a subsidy funding called EPSCOR, and we were just about to be passed by Puerto Rico to become the 51st because of the lack of funding we invested in research and development. And George was the head of what was called a Gang of five professors from the University of Maine who had gotten together in kind of a Hail Mary pass to the legislature to ask for help during a difficult fiscal time. And I took this on as a project, and it became the project also of Governor Angus King, the Republicans in the legislature led by Senator Bennett, and became a unanimous effort by the legislature, led to the creation of the Maine Technology Institute, funding for Dr. Darger's project to develop the wood composites at the University of Maine, and 4 other sectors in research and development in Maine, and led to the creation of a committee called the Joint Select Committee on Research and Development in the legislature, which was very successful and later led into what is now the IDEA Committee in the legislature, as the state of Maine adopted this idea that we have to invest in research and development because every other state that has a successful economy, New Jersey, California, New York, North Carolina has, and we are lagging behind. And we are seeing the fruition of that in many respects, but this project is an example of that fruition because one of that Gang of 5, Dr. Habib Darger, is the person who has developed this floating offshore wind project. It came out of this wood composite project that originally started and other research he did on composites. And I can't describe to you all the brilliant ideas that Dr. Darger has come out with. And the benefits of this project for the University of Maine will be very dramatic. Should this, and I call this step 3 in the process, should this achieve the fruition of step 4, the patents, the amount of money the University of Maine is going to be getting is certainly going to be a great benefit to the state of Maine. That's one of the important features of this legislation I just want to highlight to you. The second is environment. And I've been involved in environmental issues since I was, 12 years old and confronted Congressman Peter Kairos over in the local supermarket parking lot about his lack of pushing on legislation to stop coal power plants pollution coming into the state of Maine and other forms of pollution. We have done a lot over the years on environment. I've seen it come into fashion. I've seen it go out of fashion. And now it's coming very much back into fashion. And we have an opportunity with this bill to take one of the furthest leaps Maine has ever taken in environmental protection and working on climate change. And Dr. Dargo will describe to you, he's often described to this committee, how if this project comes to fruition, it has the potential of, I don't know how many multiple nuclear power plants or coal-fired plants producing that type of energy. It will not only be significant for the state of Maine, it will be significant for all the economies on the eastern seaboard from Maine all the way down to Washington, D.C. in providing a large source of renewable energy for all of them. And in fact, it will probably do more to discontinue the project of fracking than we could ever do in legislation in the state of Maine or perhaps nationally to discontinue it, because it will cut off demand for fracking. Because as renewable energy becomes available, the demand and obviously the supply of and the need for coal, oil, and natural gas decreases as we have a large and reliable source of renewable energy. The third thing I'd highlight for you is that, and it was done in a recent announcement in Portland, where it was announced between the developer and the Maine Building Trades Council that this project will be covered by a project labor agreement. And that's very important in many respects. And at that news conference, I told a little story of how I grew up in the town of Kittery, and my father was a welder at the shipyard. And he always used to remind me, he started out after World War II making $7 a day on the shipyard. And I can distinctly remember my mother telling him to cash his paycheck every pay period. And she didn't mean deposit in the bank. She meant actually turn it into cash. And she had bought an accordion file at the local drugstore, and she would sit there every pay period and she would tell him, get me so many 20s, so many 5s, so many 10s, so many 1s. And she would physically divide up the cash in between envelopes in that file folder. So much for electricity, so much for rent, later mortgage, so much for our healthcare, so much for all the other issues. I grew up in a family of 4 kids. I'm the youngest, and there was always an envelope in the back of that accordion file for education. And they always put something aside for education. When I graduated from college was the day my father retired from the shipyard after 40 and a half years of working. And I remember because they drove to my graduation in a 10-year-old Chevy Impala. And he had put sheet metal over the rust spots on the car so we could get it through the inspection. And I almost thought they weren't going to sell the car because it had the 4 names of the college that each and my 3 brothers had graduated from. And that was one of the pride and accomplishments of their lifetime. It was also the same year that my father, who was by no means a liberal person, he was a very conservative person. He voted for Barry Goldwater in 1964. He participated in a noontime demonstration of shipyard workers over proposed cuts to benefits by the federal government. And I asked him why he did that. And he said, well, without the labor movement, without protecting wages, protecting benefits, you would not have the opportunity that you have. And we would not, meaning he and my mother, would not have the secure future that we have, where we don't have to rely on you to provide for us as we get older. And that has always stuck in my mind. So this project being covered by a project labor agreement will mean that people working on the project will be paid the prevailing wage. They will be paid what they are worth. But it's not only a benefit for the people who are working on the project. What it is really for is a guarantee that the benefits of this project flow through to the children and grandchildren of Maine. And that's what it's about. They will have educated, their parents will be able to educate them, provide for their health care, provide for their needs growing up. So not only will this project provide a clean environment for generations to come, but it will also provide economic security for Maine families. With that, that's the extent of what I'm going to say at this point, and allow the others to fill in, the different perspectives on this project. And I look forward to presenting a little more detailed sponsors amendment at the work session. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will go on to hear from any co-sponsors who may be present and wishing to testify. And Jordan, it looks like you're not finding any co-sponsors. Is that correct?
No co-sponsors at this time. Senator Woodson was
Yep.
signed up to testify, but he isn't currently in the Zoom at the moment. But
Okay.
if he gets on, I will let you know.
Great. Thank you. So we'll proceed to Dan Burgess from the Governor's Energy Office. Welcome, Director Burgess.
Good morning, Chair Barry, Senator Lawrence, members of the committee. I'm Dan Burgess. I'm Director of the Governor's Energy Office. I'm glad not to be hung up in the Zoom netherworld. So great to be here with you, and hopefully I will be joined by my colleague, Deputy Director Selena Cunningham, as well. I'm here to testify in support of LD 336. Maine has a world-class offshore wind resource off our coast, and the Gulf of Maine represents our state's largest untapped clean energy opportunity. Harnessing this potential, given the deep waters of the Gulf of Maine, will require innovative floating offshore wind platform technology, such as that pioneered at the University of Maine. With few floating offshore wind turbines operating in the world and none now in the United States, research and scientific studies necessary to understand how floating offshore wind technology affects fishing and the marine environment. This proposed research array is a valuable opportunity to conduct this research and essential to the governor's prudent phased approach to advancing this new industry while protecting Maine's vital marine industries and ecosystems. From an energy perspective, as you know, our recently released assessment looking at 2030 shows that we do need to add more clean energy resources to our grid starting in 2026, but looking further out, particularly as we electrify both the heating and transportation sector. So with this, Governor Mills last year announced a plan to create the country's first floating offshore wind research array. The research array will be 12 turbines or fewer in an area covering approximately 16 square miles and will be 20 to 40 miles offshore in the Gulf of Maine, which by comparison, when you look at commercial offshore wind lease areas currently on the East Coast is a fraction of that size. Just last week, Massachusetts released an RFP for 1,600 megawatts of offshore wind. And today it is reported that the Biden administration will approve the first offshore wind project of Massachusetts that's 800 megawatts. So this is a fraction of those. The state intends to utilize the University of Maine's Voltern US technology, which is the result of more than a decade of R&D and investment both from the state and the federal government, and creates an opportunity to further demonstrate manufacturing, deployment, and with its concrete foundation provides more Maine-based opportunities than traditional steel foundations. To further advance the UMaine's leadership in foundation design and to develop the technology created in Maine for Maine and beyond, the state intends to partner with New England Aquabenes, which has recognized the market potential of this technology. Maine is taking this path to advance offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine to ensure the state, the fishing industry, and many others learn about the potential impacts of floating offshore wind together in order to ensure Maine develops the industry in a manner that capitalizes on our innovative technology and abundant resources while protecting our priorities, industries, environment, and values. From identifying a site, planning the project, to developing research priorities, a key part of this has been stakeholder engagement. And since last year, we have held dozens of meetings, one-on-one conversations with others, and have a full listing of those available on our webpage, and happy to talk more about that. We remain committed to working with the fishing industry and other interests and considering where to site this project with the goal of minimizing any negative impacts. And we've already gathered really valuable information throughout the process. After considering this information, we will submit an application to the federal government for a research lease area. This works in complementary fashion to the offshore wind roadmap that we have received funding for from the federal government, which we will begin soon and will be slated to complete late 2022. The roadmap is about how we develop this industry, not if we're going to develop this industry. So they are complementary. Finally, using Maine technology, Maine ports, creating good paying jobs, we can responsibly develop the resources in the Gulf of Maine that will jumpstart a new industry, help us meet our renewable energy goals and emission reduction requirements, which, as you know, are aligned with U.S. and international efforts to slow global climate change, which is already impacting our state, and particularly our warming and acidifying ocean waters. 13 years ago, Maine recognized the vast opportunity to responsibly develop offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine through the establishment of the Ocean Energy Task Force. Since then, Maine has been in the vanguard of developing innovative technology with the University of Maine. With this legislation, Maine has taken the next pragmatic step in over a decade of work to develop this critical resource in a way that will realize the energy, economic, and innovation opportunities before us. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Burgess. Any questions from the committee? And I see Representative Foster has one.
Thank you, Chair Barry, and thank you, Mr. Burgess, for being here. I'm wondering, do we have any information from the floating wind towers off from the Scandinavian coast as far as what they have found, for example, for effects on fishing or other things that we're looking to gain information from this proposed project? Do we have, is there anything available on that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. We do have some information. We have the governor signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Kingdom, particularly related to sharing information regarding offshore wind. We've held a couple of webinars with folks from the UK about their experience, both from the technology perspective, but also participating in information sharing sessions around environmental or marine impacts. There's also some really good information available through the Carbon Trust and other entities which track the industry and others. So we do have information, and I'm happy to follow up at the work session or provide more information offline about what we have.
Representative Foster, any follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Burgess, if most specifically, I'm thinking about wind facilities that are in the North Sea, which is traditionally a little harsher environment than what the Gulf of Maine would be, but certainly has somewhat similar properties environmentally to the Gulf of Maine, where these might be located. So I'd be interested if there's, if they have information from having had those in place for a while now. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I'm happy to provide that. I'll note that one project in the North Sea, one of the high wind projects, is actually being designed and constructed to support offshore oil and gas, and so pretty far offshore. And so there are kind of lessons learned, I think, from some of that work that we can provide.
Great. Any other questions for Director Burgess? All right, seeing none, thanks for your testimony. And we'll proceed next to testimony from Joan Farini-Mundy, the president of the University of Maine. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Joan Farini-Mundy. I'm the president of the University of Maine and our regional campus, the University of Maine at Machias, as well as the University of Maine System Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation. I am here in strong support for research, development, and commercialization, RD&C, that directly supports economic growth in Maine's future, such as those proposed by LD 336. As Maine's public research university, the University of Maine has long proactively engaged in the research and development activities that directly apply to Maine's economy, to our communities, to our students, and to all Mainers. Our historic efforts in developing solutions for Maine's energy, economic, and environmental challenges are how we enact our land grant, sea grant, and space grant mission. We are very grateful to the legislature whose investment over many years in the Maine Economic Improvement Fund has enabled that work, and to George Jacobson for his conversation with Senator Lawrence. A decade plus of R&D&C activity led by the University of Maine Advanced Structures and Composites Center and Dr. Habib Dagher has now placed UMaine and the state of Maine at the forefront of the development of floating offshore wind technology. Our pioneering science and technology solutions build on many decades of R&D in the Gulf of Maine and in Maine's coastal communities. This multidisciplinary work is undertaken by such groups as the Maine Sea Grant programs at UMaine, our Ocean Observation and Buoy Network, the Maine University of Maine Lobster Institute. Scientists in our School of Marine Sciences study fisheries, stock assessment and circulation models, and faculty and students from across the University of Maine are studying the impacts of climate upon all matters of marine life, as well as social and economic impacts upon the resiliency of our coastal communities. UMaine has shown the potential that research, development, and commercialization holds for Maine's future. We are charting the way in the resurgence of Maine's heritage farming, fisheries, and forestry industries, while fostering the formation of promising new ones, like additive manufacturing and clean energy from wind and from biofuels. University research, development, and commercialization is where talent development and innovation come together. Because at the center of all of these activities with our public-private collaborations, of course, are our terrific students at the University of Maine. These hands-on, real-world research learning experiences keep students highly engaged so they're more likely to graduate and enter pathways for careers in Maine in which their knowledge, their problem solving, and their entrepreneurial skills will benefit our state for years to come. Thank you so much for your consideration. You'll hear from several of our colleagues later this morning, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Farini-Mundy. Any questions from the committee? And I probably should have said Dr. Or President Farini-Mundy. I apologize. I do have a question of my own, which is, could you describe the agreement regarding, and if there's someone else coming to testify from the university, I'd be happy to wait and hear it from them, and it could be for the work session. But I'd like to understand better the royalty agreement between the university and the Mitsubishi or Diamond Offshore Wind for the use of the technology that was developed at the university.
Absolutely, and those questions can be taken up at the appropriate time with Vice President Jake Ward, who will be speaking later, and others.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your joining us today.
Thank you very much.
And we'll go on to testimony from Jeremy Payne.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association, here to testify in support of LD 336 because it offers important certainty through important contracting as offshore wind gets off the ground here in Maine. It's long been understood that floating offshore technology would proceed in a typical R&D format whereby a scaled version is tested, then a research array, and if all things check out in terms of energy production, siting, and construction, then it would advance to full-scale project deployment. If Maine is to achieve its goal of beneficial electrification, it stands to reason that offshore wind will have an integral role to play in the years ahead. LD 336 will help us move in the direction of assessing whether that role will be filled by New England Aquaventus, another offshore wind technology, or a combination of other sources of Maine-made clean energy. With that, I respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass. I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Any questions? Seeing none. Good to see you. And we'll go on to Grant Provost. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and esteemed members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Grant Provost. I am the business agent for Ironworkers Local 7. I'm a member of the AFL-CIO Executive Board, and I sit on 3 Maine State Workforce Boards: the Maine State Construction Board, the Central Maine and Western Maine Workforce Board, and the Maine State Workforce Board. I'm a member of the Maine State Building and Construction Trades Council, and I chair that council's Committee on Offshore Wind. I am here today in support of LD 336, an act to encourage research to support the Maine offshore wind industry. The research array stands to create a tremendous amount of economic activity for local communities throughout Maine. From the thousands of good-paying jobs in the construction trades to the jobs created by using local materials, and not to leave out the money hardworking men and women will be putting back into the economy via spending their high wages. In local stores, shops, and farms, everyone benefits from high-paying jobs, especially when there is a lot of them. Small local businesses can hire on more help as a constant workload of business is brought in and onto their books, bringing them out of the crater that COVID-19 has created. Offshore wind is a chance like we haven't seen in a long time here in Maine, and we need to grab it before the option to do so eludes us. We have control over our state waters. We cannot stop what happens in federal waters. If we falter at this pivotal moment, it does not kill offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. It kills Maine's chance to benefit. You can see that on any map of the Gulf of Maine. New Hampshire and Massachusetts are not far away, as that they couldn't serve as landing sites for a project in the Gulf of Maine. In this instance, other states would receive the electricity, provide the labor, and receive all the benefits. Getting this right now will serve generations of Mainers and will support a new industry right here in Maine. Today, we have legislation before us to make that very decision, and I hope we can come together for the right one. When we choose to move this bill on, we become the inventors of our own energy independence, and in turn, create thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs for our friends and families. As I have mentioned in previous testimonies, the job of tearing apart a new bold idea is easy. Seeing it to fruition is the hard road. It is the road Maine can take to becoming leaders in the world. It is also the road to a carbon neutral future for generations of Mainers to come. That is why I urge this committee to vote ought to pass. I thank you for your time today, and I would answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Provost. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thanks for joining us. And we'll go on to Damian Brady. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Dr. Damian Brady. I'm an associate professor at the University of Maine's School of Marine Sciences. I live in Hollowell and work at the Darling Marine Center in Walpole. I'm presenting the testimony in support of LD 336. I've been the environmental monitoring lead for the University of Maine's offshore wind program for the past 10 years. In the courses that I teach here at the University of Maine, we commonly reference the changes that people have been seeing along the coast of Maine, from the moratoria on fishing for Atlantic cod and northern shrimp to the expansion of the lobster industry down east. As the ecosystems change in the Gulf of Maine, we must adapt and mitigate the causes of these changes. Technology like floating offshore wind offers the opportunity to develop renewable energy in previously inaccessible areas of the planet. But as we move into these more open ocean environments, we should do so responsibly and with an eye towards sustainable long-term coexistence with fisheries and wildlife that play such an important role in our cultural and economic history, present and future. Maine has a chance to develop offshore wind energy in a way that will allow for adaptive management, learning more as we go to reduce impacts. While we will learn a tremendous amount about how Maine's floating turbine platform interacts with Gulf of Maine ecosystems from the one turbine project off of Monhegan, that will not tell us how multiple turbines interact with each other. Thus, the lessons learned during the one turbine project can be combined with and inform the development of the research array. The University of Maine and fishing communities have a long history of collaborative efforts. Through public meetings and stakeholder-focused workshops, we've identified a number of important questions that fishermen are interested in. For example, we know that the size of the anchor chain and cables are too large to present a danger of entanglement to North Atlantic right whale. However, we've heard from fishermen and others who wonder whether gear can get caught in the mooring chain. Although the risk of caught gear will be minimal because the mooring chains will not move during the vast majority of the operations of the turbines, these types of questions are becoming the basis of a research framework that will eventually be developed to target the most outstanding and pressing issues for fishermen and conservation organizations. For another example, turbine anchors are buried 30 to 40 feet underneath the sediment. So can trawlers simply trawl over mooring infrastructure? Can fixed gear fisheries like gill netters and lobster traps simply set their gear next to wind turbine platforms, as are done in England? And how will the platforms act as new habitat to attract new marine resources or attract marine resources that are already existing? I do want to emphasize that this is not a science project. I believe Representative Foster asked before about lessons learned in other areas. There are over 5,500 offshore wind turbines in operation in Europe. There are well over 4,000 floating offshore oil rigs in the global ocean. The opportunity here is to use these past experiences in other parts of the world to design and implement a floating offshore wind system that takes these lessons into account in order to minimize impacts to our Gulf's fishermen and wildlife. The state of Maine is fortunate to have many world-class research institutions, and I know they welcome the opportunity to create a more sustainable and climate-ready energy and marine resource systems. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Brady. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to Chris Weisman. Forgive me, I think I always pronounce your last name wrong, and I'm sure you can correct me.
No worries. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, distinguished committee members, good to see you all again. I'm Chris Wisman, but I'll answer to hey you if you choose that as well. I'm a New England Aquaventus testifying in support of LD 336. As you heard in last week's testimony, NEAV's partners, Diamond Offshore Wind and RW Renewables, are two of the biggest owner-operators of offshore wind. Both companies have pivoted to focus on renewables over developing new fossil fuel power sources. Both companies also see floating offshore wind as the next phase of offshore wind development. This is particularly evident in Maine, where virtually all offshore wind will be floating. This is why we're here. NEAV is ready, willing, and able to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in Maine. We have the manpower, the expertise, and the wherewithal to make offshore wind happen for Maine. And like you, over the years, many of us in NEAV have watched the good work of the University of Maine. We really admired the concept that Dr. Habib Dagher put forward: use technology to create local business opportunities. The use of concrete rather than steel was ingenious. This translates into local material and local jobs. When the university started its worldwide solicitation to find partners to develop the Monhegan project and commercialize Habib's designs, we raised our hand. We conducted extensive due diligence. We compared the university's designs to many competing designs around the world. And we concluded this solution was one of the top contenders worldwide. Our hope is to commercialize this technology, use it in the Gulf of Maine, and use it around the world, really to Maine's advantage. So in the end of this, NEAV was selected. We were selected to develop the Monhegan project. And as we started the work to focus really intensely on how we build the Monhegan project in Maine, creating good paying Maine jobs, this was really our focus. This is not lip service. For offshore wind to succeed, it must deliver on this promise of creating new jobs. So as we started development, we fully came to appreciate the two drives in play in the Gulf of Maine. Frankly, we had underestimated the amount of animosity by the fishing industry. And we saw the two drives being go slow, or frankly, don't go at all, is preferred by the fishing industry, and go fast, go big, is preferred by many developers and many policymakers seeking to address climate change. The concept of the research array, in our view, balances the two objectives: protection, right? The state is dire, as we see it, to protect the fishing industry. Research, as you heard from Damien, is necessary to evaluate how commercial scale offshore wind farms can coexist with fishing, right? But not just with fishing, it's all manner of living creatures in the Gulf. Coexistence is not a buzzword, it really is the actual goal. The other drive is acceleration. The state has a goal of fostering offshore wind development to achieve its climate goals and create jobs. And in the end, based on a handful of turbines operating in the observation of watching a handful of turbines operate in the ocean environment, larger scale projects can be prudently developed utilizing years of stakeholder involvement, setting the standard for how projects can be implemented to allow this coexistence. This will help eventual projects, larger projects, individually get permitted, likely faster, and get built in a way that has less of an impact on fisheries. The research array balances the priorities, and we see that the opportunity for Maine to shape how this industry comes to Maine will not be here in a year or two. We urge you to pass LD 336 so that Maine can take advantage of the opportunity and protect the fishing industry. Thank you very much. We'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Are there questions from the committee? Well, I guess I do have one. So, you know, just to try to understand the royalty agreement a little bit better, and I'll give you a little more background. I've been in the legislature a long time. We've spent money on this already. We've spent a lot of money funding the University of Maine, funding the facilities that have been used to develop this technology. We locked in a contract, a long-term contract above market for the Maine Aquaventus project. That's at about twice what our current electric rates normally are. And we do offer incentives already for renewables, you know, with our long-term contracting, 3210C, RPS, REX, et cetera. So I just really want to make sure that we're getting our money for this and that we're getting the long-term value from it that's being requested. So my question about the royalties is really asked in that spirit and with that intent. What exclusivity agreements will Mitsubishi own for the use of this technology that we've all invested in?
Right. Well, thank you, Senator Berry. I have to confess that we negotiated the licensing agreement about a year and a half ago. And so that I don't put my foot in my mouth and misrepresent anything, I will have to bone up on those. I can tell you that there is an agreement. The exact details of it, I would be glad to answer in work sessions.
Okay, great. And if you could provide that in writing before the work session, that would be great.
Very good, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to Anthony Viselli. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Dr. Anthony Viselli. I'm here to speak in support of LD 336. I'm happy to provide my perspective as a former UMaine student who has stayed in Maine to help create a potential new floating offshore wind industry in the state. I am now currently the chief engineer at the UMaine Advanced Structures and Composite Center, focused on ocean energy and engineering. And I've been leading the development of the floating wind foundation technology along with Dr. Dagger since its inception about a decade ago. I've lived in Maine my entire life and been fortunate enough to work on this exciting project. I'm from a small rural Washington County town called Cooper with a population of a few hundred people in the summertime. And there are a few job opportunities in this area. I grew up working in the construction industry and then decided to go to UMaine Orono, study civil engineering. And upon graduation, I considered many career opportunities, including many out of state. And I was lucky enough to take a position on at the Advanced Structures and Composite Center at UMaine and work on developing new technologies for a variety of applications, including floating wind. Since that time, which was about 18 years ago, I now lead a team of about 18 engineers. And this is the largest offshore wind research team in the country right now, working on floating wind. And we're currently have our attention focused on the first floating wind turbine in the US off Monhegan Island. LD 336 will help to ensure further development in this area for the state and for this team, and continue to grow this industry by the creation of a research array farm. This effort is critical to the responsible development of this industry from my perspective, and to allow for proper study and planning prior to a full commercial deployment. I feel my experience illustrates how the offshore wind industry is already creating jobs and helping the state's young people looking for careers and opportunities to stay in Maine. And many of my colleagues working at UMaine in this team share a similar story. The majority of them are all from Maine as well, and they've co-signed the written testimony that I've included here for you. For these reasons and above, we strongly urge committee to support LD 336. And thank you very much for your attention and time. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. And are there questions from the committee? Thought I saw a hand. But now I'm not seeing it. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for your time.
You bet. And we'll go on to Jacob Ward.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Dr. Jacob Ward of Winterport, Maine. I am a research engineer at the Advanced Structures and Composites Center, here to speak in support of LD 336, an act to encourage research to support the Maine offshore wind industry. I am originally from Hamden, Maine, born and raised, and I am a proud alumna of the University of Maine. At UMaine, I studied mechanical engineering and was fortunate enough to be involved with the offshore wind project going back to 2009. Like many young Mainers, as graduation approached, I felt a growing urge to get out and see the world along with my eagerness to graduate. To put it bluntly, I grew tired of living within the same 20-mile radius of my entire life, and I was ready for a little bit of change. I was offered a graduate assistantship at the University of Michigan's Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering Department, so I packed up and moved across the country to begin grad school. I soon began to realize how much I missed Maine, and living in Michigan really helped me put everything into perspective. Nothing wrong with Michigan, but it's very flat, and the lakes just aren't the same as the ocean. Hindsight proved that Maine was the place that I wanted to be. In the meantime, I've been keeping track of all the developments in the offshore wind program back home in Maine, including the start of the nation's first commercial scale floating project in the United States and the commissioning of the state-of-the-art ocean engineering laboratory on campus. The idea of applying the specialized set of ocean engineering skills that I had developed in grad school to a meaningful project back home was very appealing. Fortunately, I was offered a PhD position at UMaine working on the offshore wind project and was able to move home and settle and start a family. I have since finished school and I'm heavily involved in the technical side of the offshore wind development in the state. The beginning of this story is not unique to me. Many of my friends, family, and colleagues left the state in search of something different, something more. Unfortunately, the lack of opportunities for high-paying or well-paying technical jobs will prevent many of them from returning. I am very fortunate enough to work for a global leader in my field, in my home state, and work on something meaningful with purpose. Chances are I would be working out of Houston in the oil and gas industry without UMaine's offshore wind program. From my perspective, the proposed research array represents the next step towards building an offshore wind industry in Maine. For a long time, the realization of offshore wind in the United States has been right around the corner. But what was once theoretical is coming to fruition, with new projects popping up along the East Coast. The environmental and economic benefits of offshore wind have been discussed before this committee many times now. Thankfully, we can already start to see indicators of these benefits with the recent signing of a memorandum of understanding between New England Aquaventus LLC and labor unions regarding the role of Maine workers developing a 10+ megawatt demonstration project. However, the full realization of these benefits is dependent on the commercialization of offshore wind. In that regard, the research array is the next logical step towards creating an industry in Maine and stimulating sustained economic growth. More importantly, the proposed research array puts the people of Maine in the driver's seat and will allow us to shape the future of offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine in a way that benefits all Mainers. In summary, the proposed research array will launch Maine into the next phase in building a sustainable offshore wind industry, creating many diverse, well-paying jobs. The state's workforce needs young, talented workers. Hopefully, opportunities created by projects like this will allow others, like me, to return home and live life the way life should be. Thus, I think of offshore wind not only as an investment in Maine's environmental future, but future workforce as well. For these reasons, I urge this committee to support LD 336. I'd be pleased to address any questions you may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ward, for your testimony here today. I wanted just to step in and say hello because as your representative, it's nice to hear somebody from Winterport that is here speaking on these. particularly somebody who moved from Hamden to Winterport. We'd like to see that anytime we can. But Dr. Ward, I just wanted you to talk just a little more about the connection to family, your ability to be here in the state that you grew up in, to have the kind of job that you want. I just wanted you to address that a little more deeply, because it's something, you know, I have a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old. I hope they'll be able to stay in this area. And that connection to family and that connection to place is a very important one for me. So I wanted you to just address that a little more for me.
You know, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this a little bit more. It's taken on a whole new meaning to me lately, because I now have two daughters that are, you know, still very young, under the age of 2. And it means a lot to me that we're close to family. You know, my parents still live in Hamden. It's not like, you know, they're seeing their, you know, particularly during the past year in the pandemic, it's not like they've, you know, gone a year without seeing their grandparents. And for them, and, you know, their short lives, that's a lot. So having that close, tight-knit family still in the area, and like you said, being able to work in my field, doing something that I believe has purpose, is very, very meaningful. And it's an opportunity that I am very, very fortunate to have.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Dr. Ward, excuse me.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for joining us. And we'll go on to John Napolitano. Welcome. And if you could just unmute.
Here you go. Thank you.
All right. Good to see you.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is John Napolitano. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the United Association, Local 716, State of Maine, which includes the plumbers, pipe fitters, HVAC techs. I'm also the president of the Maine State Building Construction Trades Council, which represents 16 trade affiliates and 5,000 members here in the state of Maine. UA Local 716 and the Maine State Building Construction Trade Council speak in support today of LD 336, which is critical in moving Maine further along in its path towards a world-class offshore industry. The state has put in over a decade of work studying the potential to create a new economic opportunities throughout the state in designing, building, operating, and maintaining this homegrown floating turbine technology. And Maine workers are ready to do our part to grow the industry in Maine's economy. We only need to look to our south to see the potential. In New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, offshore wind is creating hundreds of good-paying jobs as projects are approved in shallower waters. Tens of thousands of jobs are predicted in the New York region alone. Meanwhile, states are increasing their requirements for renewable energy. Maine's potential for wind power generation is widely known, but we must act if we want to ensure Maine's economy benefits from this resource. We support a vibrant, well-managed, and long-lasting fishing industry and lobstering industry in Maine. We also recognize that offshore wind will have an impact on existing users of our shared waters, including the fishing and lobstering industries that are the backbone of many coastal communities here in Maine. As a state, we must rise to the opportunity to ensure that we develop the offshore wind resources in a manner that seizes on Maine's ability to innovate and protect our resources. At the same time, we share a commitment to a future where clean energy, fishing, lobstering, and many other uses can coexist in the Gulf of Maine. Maine is presented with an opportunity to take the lead on floating offshore wind before other states establish themselves as hubs for the industry. This is also a unique opportunity to continue researching how offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine can be done with Maine's best interest in mind. Recently, the Maine State Building Trades signed an MOU with New England Aqua Ventures to negotiate a project labor agreement as a first step towards building a new green economy that provides a ladder to good carbon-free careers in the trades right here in Maine. Project labor agreements have been used for generations between building trade unions and contractors to ensure the job is done on time, within budget, while drawing on a ready pool skilled workforce of professional union tradespeople. We are also given the opportunity for our veterans, our youth, and our minorities, the opportunities to learn the trades and build a workforce for the future. Passage of LD 336 is critical to keeping Maine in a strong position to grow its economy, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, and influence federal decision-making about the Gulf of Maine. Urge you to pass into law LD 336 and create good jobs in Maine for Maine workers. And I want to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Napolitano. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. I guess, well, actually, just one clarification. So, Mr. Napolitano, this project labor agreement will be for good paying Maine-based jobs or good paying union jobs generally?
Well, the Maine base, I mean, it'd be a good opportunity for Maine base. Our members that live here, you know, our members travel a lot out of state to go to work.
Sure.
Because this would create a good base for Maine paid jobs here, plus create and train for the workforce of the future, Representative.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Jeff Thaler.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Jeff Thaler, and I want to talk to you. I'm going to not read my testimony. I'm going to go slightly off script. I want to talk to you. Normally, I would call on you, as I do with my law students, but I will not do that today. I'll spare you. But I want to talk to you about dandelions and snow. So 4 months ago tomorrow, I presented as part of the Law for Legislators program about the legislative and regulatory process to about 100 legislators and staffers. Today, I've got dandelions in my yard. It seems like a long time ago that you guys have been in session. And I'm sure it does even more for you. But at the time, I closed my remarks by saying how important it is, the job that each of you do. And if you think about the process of a bill and just the idea, and then getting it into some form, and then getting it to draft, and then getting it to hearing, and then getting it to work session, et cetera, before eventually, after enduring all of that, hopefully getting passed by the houses and signed by the governor. It's a similar process to do development in the state of Maine. And this research array is no different from the vast thousands of numbers of projects that go through the environmental and other permitting processes that I've been working with and on for over 40 years in Maine. I first appeared in front of this committee in 1984, or the earlier version of this committee, let me put it that way. So I don't go quite as far back in the legislative history as Senator Lawrence or Barry Hobbins, but close. And I am the legal and regulatory counsel for the University of Maine's offshore wind program. I've been involved in a wide range of energy, renewable energy, and other projects. I've written the Maine Environmental Law Handbook, copy of which is here, and if you want any. And then I have also both teach those subjects. I've also been the author of the first roadmap for developing offshore wind projects in the Gulf of Maine that was in the country. No other place in the country had done a roadmap at that point, back in 2013. And I mentioned 2013 because, as Senator Lawrence mentioned in his opening remarks, and as Representative Berry has mentioned in terms of this progression of what we've been talking about with offshore wind. I've been working on this for 12 or 13 years, first in private practice when I was at Bernstein Shore, and then since then in-house with the University of Maine and teaching at Maine Law School. And we started with the 1/8 scale project off of Castine. The height of that was the same as a sailboat mast. And yet, we had to go through several years of federal, state, and local environmental and regulatory review, including at the federal level, what resulted in a 131-page long environmental assessment. We are then, years later, progressing to the full-scale turbine in the state-designated test site off of Monhegan, which again, I'm involved with the environmental and other regulatory reviews of, and is a multi-year, has been and will be a multi-year process, again, with detailed local, state, and federal reviews. And all of these reviews offer the opportunity for a range of public input, just as your legislative sessions do as well, both oral and written. And then third is, again, in the progression, is this research array that has been talked about by the Governor's Energy Office Director, Dan Burgess, and others. So ultimately, if anyone thinks that LD 336 is some kind of shortcut through the thicket of local, state, and federal reviews, it is not. And there will still be the NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act process. There will, in addition, because this is in federal waters, will be the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management leasing process, which again is a separate several-year process. There will be state DEP reviews. All the resource agencies, federal and state, will be consulted and will have input. And wherever there are local impacts directly may be involved as well. So ultimately, all those reviews evaluate and assess impacts along the lines of what some of your questions were. For example, it will be land, air, and water resources. It will be impacts on fisheries and marine resources, endangered species, noise, visual impact, historic preservation, and also socioeconomic and use impacts. Those are all part of the National Environmental Policy Act, as well as some of the state and BOEM reviews as well. So in sum, enactment, and I do support LD 336 and look forward to seeing the sponsor amendment at the work session. I do support approval of it as the next step in a multi-year state and legislative process, starting with the Ocean Energy Task Force years ago, process of moving forward with Maine's both environmental self-sufficiency and economic, because again, along the lines of what Senator Lawrence was talking about coal, oil, and natural gas, we do not have any of that in Maine. We don't have coal in the ground or natural gas or oil. We spend on average over $5 billion a year sending money from all of Maine's taxpayers and residents, that money out of state, out of the country, to buy those, to heat our homes, fuel our cars, generate electricity. And if we could keep even half of that in the state, that would be a couple $1,000s in the pocket of every Maine woman, man, and child. And that's why I've continued to be involved on these efforts and these projects all these years. So ultimately, I thank you again for your service, for your hard work, for your consideration of this bill and others. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And we will go on to hear from Robert Burr. Welcome, Robert.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm with the operating engineers. We are speaking neither for or against this. Okay, I just want to be clear on that on the record. Okay. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Robert Burr. I reside in Scarborough, Maine, and I'm testifying on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. Neither for or against LD 336, an act to encourage research and support the Maine offshore wind industry. The IUOE represents heavy equipment operators, mechanics in the construction sector throughout the United States and Canada, including 500 men and women right here in Maine. The IUOE members have helped build the infrastructure that moves and powers America. The IUOE would like to see strong labor language on this work coming to Maine. While we recognize the need for offshore wind, currently this bill does not have any labor provisions. Maine should have strong labor provisions in the form of a project labor agreement, like our neighboring state of Massachusetts just completed for Vineyard Wind. If you would please include the IUOE to work sessions to discuss strong PLA language, I would appreciate it. In conclusion, I would like to thank Senator Lawrence for his commitment to include labor in these discussions going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, I think we had you signed up in a couple of categories, so thank you for clarifying the position there. That's helpful.
Thank you.
And we'll go back to testimony and support. Next up is Rob Wood. Welcome, Rob.
Hi, thanks so much, Chair Barry and members of the EUT committee. It's good to see you. My name is Rob Wood. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Climate Policy for the Nature Conservancy in Maine. Here to testify in support of LD 336. We're in support of this bill because we've been working for several decades with Maine's communities and natural resource users to conserve forests, reconnect rivers to the sea, and rebuild depleted fish populations in the Gulf of Maine. And climate change is now affecting those ecosystems and communities in significant ways. Addressing climate change is going to require significant amounts of new, clean, renewable energy production, and market analyses, including the renewable energy market assessment that the Governor's Energy Office recently completed, have shown that well-sited offshore wind will be an important component of a diversified energy portfolio to help us meet our climate goals, both here in Maine and in the New England region. We believe that as Maine does plot a path forward on clean energy, it's essential that we take a science-based approach, carefully balancing development to minimize impacts on Maine's communities and our environment. And an offshore wind research rate is very aligned with the science-based approach. If well designed to ask the right research questions and carried out over the right time horizon to collect sufficient data, a research array can help the state better understand the impacts and benefits of this emerging technology. A research array can help us understand, for example, the general behavioral effects of floating turbines on pelagic and bird species, and specific effects associated with anchoring cables and transmission lines, as well as how floating offshore wind can coexist with marine resource users. This bill would make the research effort viable. That's why we're supporting it. But we'd also like to take this opportunity and just note that you've heard previously about the siting process for the research array itself and all the stakeholder engagement and outreach that's taking place currently. We do believe that process, siting of the research array is critically important. We believe that inclusive stakeholder process is really key, and it should continue, and that it should be focused on minimizing impacts to sensitive marine habitats and conflicts with marine resource users. And we look forward to continuing to work with all interested parties to identify how to responsibly site the research array and ensure it's well designed to best inform future offshore wind development. So thanks for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
And thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will go on to hear from Ivan Fernandez. And I do want to just flag for our committee clerk that there are two Jake Wards. So I think we need to make sure that we let in the other Jake Ward next, and after Mr. Fernandez. Welcome, Dr. Fernandez.
Thank you very much. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm here in favor of LD 336. I've been a professor at the University of Maine for 4 decades, with my research focusing on the biogeochemical responses of ecosystems to a changing chemical and physical climate. For the past 20 years, I've served in various advisory panels for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and its Science Advisory Board. And I've been particularly committed to providing the best available science in support of state policy, and most recently have served on the Maine Climate Council, and I co-chair the Maine Climate Council's Scientific and Technical Subcommittee. The escalating evidence of changing climate and its accumulating effects in Maine are clear and chronicled in the university's Maine Climate Future Reports and the Council's 2020 Scientific and Technical Subcommittee 370-page report from last year, scientific assessment of climate change and its effects in Maine. That evidence is all around us, with rising sea levels swallowing coastal infrastructure, a warming Gulf of Maine driving dramatic shifts in fisheries like lobster with impending population declines, weather extremes from downpours and drought inflicting dire hardships on Maine farms, insect pests and warming altering the character of Maine's future forests, fading winters challenging the recreation industry, and heat and Lyme disease altering the aspects of life in Maine for all of us. The 6 hottest years on the planet were the last 6 years, and most indicators of a changing climate are not only increasing, but the rate of change is accelerating. It is for this reason that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a report in 2018 detailing the growing costs to humans of accelerating climate change that demanded that we slash greenhouse gas emissions that are dominated by burning fossil fuels to avoid the worst consequences of planetary warming greater than 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050. Maine's Climate Action Plan, Maine Won't Wait, set us on the course to reduce gross greenhouse gas emissions by 45% below 1990 levels by 2030 and 80% below 1990 levels by 2050 to move us towards those goals. Transitioning to clean, renewable energy is critical to achieving the greenhouse gas emissions reductions that the climate crisis demands. The challenge to achieve urgent and essential reductions in rising atmospheric greenhouse gases is daunting, and we need the best available research done today to support the energy transition that Maine and the world is undergoing. The opportunity to evaluate renewable energy from Gulf of Maine offshore wind must be pursued as soon as possible. Transitioning from fossil fuels will require large-scale solutions as well as local distributed systems. The global pandemic only slowed rising carbon dioxide in our atmosphere by roughly 7% last year. Concentrations continued to increase, topping 420 ppm, the highest level in the last 3.6 million years. I do not testify here today as a representative of the Maine Climate Council, but I do testify as a father and a grandfather in vigorous support of research on offshore wind that is essential to the success of a thriving renewable energy future for Maine. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Dr. Fernandez. Any questions? All right, seeing none, I think we have located the other Jake Ward. Welcome.
Good morning. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the EUT committee. My name is Jake Ward. I am the Vice President for Innovation and Economic Development at the University of Maine. I do still live in Hamden and pass on a very proud parent moment when you become your kid's father instead of your son. Anyways, it was great to give that opportunity. And I want to say just so much for all of us involved in this. It is about family and long-term commitment. So I appreciate that. And I would just like to nod to Mark Lawrence, Senator Lawrence, and the Jumpstart 2000 back in the day, 1996, when we got it all going. This is what happens after 20 years. So very good time. I'd like to point out just a few facts about the offshore wind program, and definitely in support of LD 1336. I wanted to impress upon you the importance of stakeholder engagement and outreach. This is something that the University of Maine and our partners have been dedicated to since the very beginning. The creation of the Governor's Offshore Energy Task Force, and subsequently the selection of the Monhegan test site in 2009. Since then, the University of Maine and our partners have committed to doing outreach, to getting as much input and stakeholder engagement as possible. Over that time period, we've conducted well over 200 seminars, webinars, workshops, town meetings, public sessions, Zoom calls. In 2014, we established the Monhegan Energy Task Force collaboration with Monhegan, and we have weekly phone calls on the offshore wind issues. In 2017, 2018, we hired fishery liaisons specifically to engage with the fishing community in the greater Booth Bay area and the greater Monhegan area to get the best information on and informing siting and informing cable routes. We continue to post things on our website, all of our research information and on the test site, all the environmental information has been posted publicly on the Monhegan Energy Task Force website, our own website. And in 2020, when we engaged with New England Aquaventus, we had their strong commitment that they would continue with the stakeholder engagement and input, especially with the fisheries. We know that this is an important part to developing coexistence, and the framework for the research array really does inform and allow people to decide what kind of research needs to be done and how to answer many of these questions. I think President Farini Monday and Dr. Damian Brady have articulated that the University of Maine has many programs in a wide variety of research areas, including the social sciences and economics, and look forward to partnering with many of the other organizations in the state to further that research through the research array. It is clear that the offshore wind presents the what I call the triple E, the energy solution, the environmental solution, and the economic solution for the state of Maine. But it can only work for everybody if we keep that in front of us all the time. With that, I'd like to conclude and thank you all for your time and commitment. I think the first time I stood before the legislature to talk about this was in 2008, and I'm happy to be here again and enjoy so many familiar faces. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake, and I remember that day well, 2008. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. We appreciate your joining us, and we'll go next to Dr. Richard Silkman. And I think after that, just so folks are aware, we're about halfway through the testimony, and we'll turn to opposition briefly, and then back to support, and I think probably wrap it up with neither for nor against. I'll take it. I'm going to play this a little bit by ear, but I do want to mix it up a little bit. So Dr. Silkman, go ahead.
Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the committee. My name is Rich Silkman. I live in Scarborough, and I'm here supporting LD 336. About a week ago, I appeared before you in opposition to LD 101, which would have prohibited wind turbines in the Gulf of Maine. And I'm here today for exactly the same reasons. It is financially impossible for Maine to meet its climate goals without the development of offshore wind turbines in the Gulf of Maine. The question before you is not whether there will be turbines in the Gulf. There most certainly will be. The question really is whether those turbines will provide direct electricity and environmental benefits for Maine, whether they will be on platforms, floating platforms that were developed by technologies made in Maine, and whether they will be built and fabricated by Maine workers. LD 336 is designed to ensure all of these things happen. The process through which basic and applied research is converted into technology that is then embedded in products that are then commercialized into broad application is a risky one. There's a lot of risk in these kinds of processes. Each stage of the process is designed to reduce that risk by spending money on designs of the prototypes, testing of those prototypes first in controlled settings, and then in the field, and finally bringing the products to market. The University of Maine has made great progress on the design of prototypes and the initial control testing. The single turbine project off Monhegan represents initial field testing. The larger research array that is a subject of this bill is the final step in that testing. After that, it's on to commercialization. And you might ask why this process needs to be funded by ratepayers and not by competitive wind developers. And then specifically, why it would have to be funded by Maine ratepayers. And with respect to the first question, I mean, the market's very good at financing the development of technologies and products that represent significant improvements over those that are then in existence. I mean, for example, the technology that's embedded in combined cycle gas plants, like the plants in Westbrook and in Vesey, that technology significantly lowered the price of generating electricity by almost doubling the efficiency of plants producing electricity. Wind turbines do no such thing. They produce the same electricity as every other plant that produces electricity. It's a commodity, it's all the same. And they do it at a higher, not a lower cost, when you look at the actual cost of producing that electricity. Those two things are not a winning combination for the market. The difference, though, is that they produce that electricity with zero carbon emissions. And until we price carbon, until we impose a charge on people for producing carbon, one way or another, developers will not underwrite the R&D necessary to commercialize this technology. We need ratepayers or their equivalents, taxpayers, but we need either ratepayers or taxpayers to do this. But then, okay, but why should the legislature ask Maine ratepayers to fund this? And I think the answer to this is that you are making an educated gamble. You are betting ultimately on three things. The first, that the technology developed by the university will prove to be superior to alternative technologies used to build floating offshore wind platforms. Superior in terms of lower costs, longer lifespans, less O&M. That's the first bet that you're making. The second bet is that unlike other technologies, the University of Maine's technology can be fabricated here in Maine using Maine production factors, Maine's raw materials, Maine's port facilities, and our labor force. That's the second bet that you're making. The third is that assuming 1 and 2 pan out, that Maine will be able to expand this fabrication capacity through licensing the technology to others around the world and fabricating that technology here in Maine for export. And that will bring financial benefits to Maine. So those are the three bets. Now, I've spent a lot of time over the past decade following very closely the development of floating offshore wind around the world. My research convinces me that over the next 2 decades, we will see enormous growth in this industry. Thousands of offshore wind turbines floating around the world. We'll see that especially in places such as Maine, where shallow offshore seafloors don't exist. Second, that the advantages of concrete over steel in the design of these platforms will be very significant in terms of lower costs, in terms of longer lifespan, but most importantly, in terms of the locational flexibility where these platforms can be constructed. And finally, that Maine has a competitive advantage with respect to this technology in the Northeast. That is, if we're going to move down this technology in the Northeast, not necessarily in Southeast Asia, but certainly in the Northeast, Maine is the place where it's going to happen. If Maine can move with deliberate speed, it can ensure and secure for the state the advantages that will come with being a first mover in this industry. And these advantages will translate into significant financial benefits to the state. As I said, all of my research looking at this issue convinces me that this is a good bet for Maine. And
Great.
Therefore I support LD 336. If
Thank
you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Silkman. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to turn now to a couple items of testimony in opposition. And we'll hear first from Matt Gilley. Welcome, Matt.
Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. I don't have very good service. I'm down on my boat here, so bear with me if I get a little scratchy.
If you want, Matt, if you want
the time today,
Matt, if you'd like to turn off your video, that might help to make sure the audio comes through.
All right, I'll do that.
Great.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Matt Gilley. I'm a lobsterman from Harpswell, Maine. I'm also a UMaine graduate, and I'm here today to testify against LD 336. I'm going to try to just hit a few points here because I'm to be honest, I'm kind of confused to what this bill even is. And I'm even more confused when I'm hearing that the sponsor is going to add an amendment in the work session. I really wish that would have been presented here ahead of time so there could have been some public testimony on it. I feel as though this bill is putting the horse before the cart. Fishermen have been begging for a roadmap to be done that will show us some of these impacts and socioeconomic impacts, environmental impacts, and whatnot. There's been $2 million that has been allotted to the state to do this. This has not been done. I've heard countless people testify on how they want stakeholders involved in this. We have asked to be involved. We have gone to meetings. We have asked questions. We have not received answers to these questions. We had the commissioner of marine resources come down to our wharf and show us where the research was going to go there with some of the ladies from the governor's energy office. They proceeded to tell us that it was just a dead area of mud where there was no life until we showed them the dozens of hundreds, thousands of codes that we've made down through that very area and supported thousands of families with shrimp, scallops, ground fish, numerous sea creatures that are harvested from that very area. It is not a dead area. This is, I've heard originally it was supposed to be a research array. Now it's become a commercial array. There's a lot of inaccuracies and pandering that seems to be going on in this whole process. The Block Island project down in Rhode Island has already failed the ratepayers. They're paying 30 cents a kilowatt hour at this point. Rhode Island is suing the developers of the project because the costs have become so astronomical. I believe that we do need green energy, but a floating 10,000 ton concrete platform is not green energy. Concrete is the third biggest carbon producer in the world. It is only the United States and China are ahead of the concrete industry. It produces more carbon than all other countries combined. And we're talking about producing 10,000 ton platforms. They are the size of 72 blue whales and placing them in the ocean. I think we need to put more money towards research on what this is going to do to the environment out there and what it's going to do to the fishing industry. I've been to these webinars. The scientists from Scotland made it abundantly clear that they have absolutely no idea what the electrical magnetical fields do to lobsters. They have no research yet, but yet we're willing to put these out in our oceans. We're relying on BOEM, the national agency, to kind of help guide us through the permitting process, where they haven't even followed the permitting process to law with the Vineyard project. It was pulled initially, and then when the new administration came in, it immediately got put back into place without going through the public hearing process like required. They're asking for stakeholder involvement, but they don't listen. We've had towns like St. George, Friendship, Bristol, all say that they do not want these cables coming into their towns, but yet they still try to find ways to circumnavigate it. We're just asking to be listened to. Nobody is listening to the fishermen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gillian. I think you are at 3 minutes, so I'm gonna have to ask you to end it there. But are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Gilly? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gilly, for your testimony. I think we've got quite a slate of folks that are for this bill, and some of whom have gone well over 3 minutes. So I'll ask you if you finished your testimony or not. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I found that rather concerning that everybody else seemed to be allotted more time where I was cut off. That kind of threw me for a loop, though. We have plenty of good fish paying jobs now in the fishing community. I find it extremely concerning that people are discussing this like fishing doesn't offer good paying jobs or keep young people here. We're putting ratepayers at a risk, and we have an old state with a lot of people on fixed income, and to ask these people on a fixed income to possibly pay 2 to 3 times more for their electricity for an unproven technology seems awful unfair to me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Gilly? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And before we go on to Ms. McCarron, I want to acknowledge Representative Foster's right. I have been a little lax on the 3-minute clock, and I'm going to do my best to improve in that regard, just to keep things moving along. The committee is always welcome to ask questions, but I need to be a little stricter with the 3-minute clock as we go forward through the day. And we do have quite a few, I think about 20 more items of testimony, which will take us until at least 1 o'clock. So we're going to push on. And next up is Patrice McCarron. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the EUT committee. My name is Patrice McCarron. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Lobstermen's Association, and I am testifying in opposition to LD 336. As you know from our testimony last week on LDs 101 and 1619, the MLA supports Maine's efforts to transition to a clean energy economy, but we do not share the vision that offshore wind will play a prominent role in that portfolio. We continue to advocate that the state take a step back to complete its comprehensive planning effort, known as Maine's Offshore Wind Roadmap, for which the state has received $2 million in federal funding. The state must take a holistic look at the costs and benefits of this energy source for the people of Maine, and then decide how and if offshore wind becomes a part of Maine's renewable energy portfolio. This requires planning, this requires research, both of which the MLA actually supports. And I, like Mr. Gilly, am a little bit confused about what this bill does. The balance of my testimony actually raises MLA's concerns. I read this as you would be going to the PUC to have the developer fund this research. And if that's the case, we have strong concerns about the developer being in charge of answering the fundamental questions about the impacts of offshore wind industrialization on Maine's fishing industry, marine life, habitat, birds, ocean, socioeconomics. Obviously, developers have a vested interest in its outcome. If, like Mr. Silkman said, it's being funded by the ratepayers or the taxpayers, I really have to think that through. It's obviously very expensive to move forward with this sort of energy source. But if this is asking the developer to pay for the research, I really think we need to take a step back. I think the state of Maine needs to come forward with some money and some research objectives to meet those so that the fishing industry and the people of Maine can trust the outcome of the findings of that work. So I guess I'll hold off on the rest. I'll stay tuned for Senator Lawrence's amendment to this, try to understand exactly what we're trying to do to fund this research. But yeah, if it's the developer, I really think we need to diversify that funding approach because as a fishing industry representative, we'd be very skeptical of the outcome of that work. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McCarron. Are there questions from the committee? I guess I have one. Ms. McCarron, your concern about who funds and who conducts the research is an interesting one. And it leads me to wonder, is there an entity that you would trust, an organization that you think would be neutral and trustworthy and conducting the research that this project might involve?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of national groups that have formed to try to provide some objective advice. One is the Responsible Offshore Development Alliance, which is really more of a fishing industry interest focused groups, but there is a partner organization, ROSA, our Responsible Offshore Science Alliance. And they're really there to try to objectively work with developers and stakeholders for the responsible development of these resources. So I really do think we need to look to a neutral partner. I think the state needs to articulate its research questions, and then the stakeholders need to trust that there was transparency and objectiveness in approaching those, because obviously a developer, they want the project to happen. The state wants the project to happen. We just want assurance that the research is actually, giving us the right feedback and that the mitigation strategies would be fruitful for everybody who is potentially going to be harmed on account of this.
Thank you. And are those names in your written testimony?
They're not. I haven't dropped my written testimony because I was a little wishy-washy. I was hoping Senator Lawrence would fill me in and I could add that to my written testimony, but I'll throw those in so that you have them, and then I'll pop that into the portal.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Seeing none, we'll go on to Ben Martins. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to dig into this today. I really appreciate you guys have been asking some great questions, so thank you. So my name is Ben Martins. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Coast Fishermen's Association. We work with a variety of fisheries throughout the state of Maine, including scallops, groundfish, lobsters, herring, tuna. Basically, if it's coming across the docks, we're working with fishermen to help build sustainable fisheries and vibrant fishing communities for the next generation of Maine's fishermen. And so we are opposed to the offshore wind process. We're opposed to LD 336. And this comes back to a piece of the problem that we're trying to solve and understand as to what's driving the push for offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. And so from my understanding of this bill, and as Patrice alluded to, I'd really love to understand what the amendments are going to do and where this is going to end up. But we're going to be asking our ratepayers or the tax base to start paying for this process. And as a good liberal, I believe in taxing. I believe in paying for important research to get done, but that needs to feed back into the benefit of the communities that are going to be impacted and paying for that research. Right now, if we are going to be asking our ratepayers to pay for this research, that means we are distributing the cost of this research project back onto the people who are already going to be paying the cost in the loss of fishing grounds and loss of fishing opportunity. And there's an equity issue here. A lot of our Mainers in our remote fishing communities already pay some of the highest prices when it comes to our electricity rates. And if we're going to be putting additional fees on top of that to fund a research project, and then at the end of it, we're going to be requiring those funds to be paid moving forward, regardless of if this project proves successful or not. That's putting us in a really difficult spot to figure out what is success and what is failure in this project. We're already seeing that take place in some of our communities that have put onshore wind in place, where there were commitments made to pay certain rates, and now that technology is outdated and there's no path forward to figuring out how to remove it, how to pay for it, and what that means for a community that's been on the hook to pay for it or support it. And so putting these out onto the Gulf of Maine is an additional step of process that's going to make this incredibly difficult to understand the impacts, the costs, and the long-term results of what we're trying to accomplish. Additionally, I am a big believer in renewable energies. I believe that we need to be transitioning ourselves to that future, but I also believe really strongly that the people who need the energy should be the ones that we are putting that energy next to. So if we're going to be trying to create an energy stream for places like Boston and New York, we should be putting our offshore renewable energy solutions closer to those places. When you think about the populations in Maine and the populations that are going to be footing the bill for this type of research and being impacted by this research, these are remote communities. These are the communities where we have fishermen that have been supporting those communities and bring a lot of the resources and revenue in. If you look at down East Maine, fishing is keeping those communities alive. And so the jobs that we talk about, the replacement jobs, we're talking about transitioning to a new economy into the future. Those aren't going to be creating jobs in places like Harpswell and Port Clyde and Booth Bay. They're going to be creating jobs in places like Portland that, honestly, right now, they don't need more jobs. They need more people. And so we're opposed to this, and we're really hoping that we can take a step back and understand how we produce energy for our green future, if offshore wind should be a part of that green future or not, and then building a plan forward that includes the fishing community in the development of those plans. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Martins. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. And we're going to turn now to a couple of items neither for nor against, beginning with Garrett Corbin of the Public Utilities Commission.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the EUT committee. My name, as you know, is Garrett Corbin. As you may not know, I had the privilege of living in Winterport in 1987. And I am testifying neither for nor against LD 336 on behalf of the Maine Public Utilities Commission. As the committee heard this morning, the act would require the commission to negotiate long-term contracts necessary to facilitate research on the development of floating offshore wind energy projects on the outer continental shelf of the Gulf of Maine. The commission recognizes the important public policy regarding offshore wind energy development and the need for comprehensive research. With respect to the sponsor's amendment, draft shared with us would require the commission to order into effect a 20-year long-term power purchase agreement, PPA, for energy capacity and renewable energy credits for a floating offshore wind project of at least 100 megawatts and up to 144 megawatts located in the Gulf of Maine. The commission emphasizes that the amendment we reviewed does not restrict contract prices to market rates and does not limit in any way the contract rates. That said, though, the commission does understand the amendment may contain language or be modified to clarify that the commission has authority to ensure contract reasonability, and the commission would welcome that clarification. Our written testimony provides some additional history regarding the current offshore wind contract and commission actions taken pursuant to legislation enacted by the previous legislature. The commission suggests that the committee consider LD 336 in the context of its general review of the state's renewable energy policies and the overall cost of the state's electricity ratepayers in implementing those policies. And the commission is available to answer questions and plans to attend the work session as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corbin. Are there questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Barry. Thank you, Mr. Corbin, for being here. In your testimony, you mentioned that the Monhegan project, due to legislation, that project will start out at 23 cents a kilowatt hour, and I believe in 20 years works up to something over 30 cents a kilowatt hour, according to that annual increase. I'm wondering if you could, maybe for the work session, give us an idea of what the PUC from past experience or from what may be happening out in the industry, where you might see bids coming in on this project might land at. And also, my understanding, this basically is not going to be a matter of putting bids out for various competing concerns. It will be meeting requirements for the Aquaventus project alone. So I'm not sure if you can answer that now, or if you can get me an answer for the work session, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Foster. Yeah, that does sound like one that would be better suited to the work session, in my view. So let me see what we can do for trying to get you some projections, and we'll do.
Great. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, we look forward to that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. And up next, neither for nor against, Jason Shedlock. Welcome.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Jason J. Shedlock. I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and Southern Maine Labor Council, and a resident of South Portland. I also serve on the Maine Apprenticeship Council as well as the State Workforce Board. I appear before you with the current position of neither for nor against LD 336, an act to encourage research to support the Maine offshore wind industry. The Laborers Union has a long record of being supportive of offshore wind projects around the country. I want to thank Senator Lawrence for his leadership in moving this bill forward, as we know that offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine is a current component of Maine's energy future. While the laborers are an all of the above energy union, we know that we must be nimble to meet the energy needs of Mainers now and into the future. And LD 336 is a critical step in positioning Maine to be a leader in that process. As a representative of working families, I must state that any legislation that builds in the Gulf of Maine must, without fail, include strong labor standards moving forward. While LD 336, as currently presented, does not include such standards, it is our understanding that Senator Lawrence intends to present an amendment for the workshop to address this critical issue. The Laborers Union looks forward to being supportive of an amended version of LD 336 that includes a comprehensive project labor agreement clause. Through PLAs, by partnering with building trades unions such as the laborers, we ensure that workers are paid fairly, trained well, earn healthcare benefits, and after an honest career, have an even shot at retiring with dignity. PLAs incorporated registered apprenticeship programs so that we are training Maine's future builders. They can also include targets for traditionally underserved populations such as women and people of color. There are also programs for returning veterans. Open to any contractor who is willing to meet fair labor standards, and why would they not? PLAs are crafted in partnership with contractors and labor organizations to fit the needs of specific projects and the specific community. We look forward to working with Senator Lawrence, the committee, and others who are dedicated to make this project a reality, while ensuring Maine's working families benefit through strong labor standards under a project labor agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and certainly are willing to work with the committee and the senators and representatives during the work session to make sure we have the strongest bill possible. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shedlock. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we are going to turn back to testimony in support of the legislation, and Jordan will be letting in the next victim momentarily. And that would be Tony Buxton.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Good afternoon, I think. Yes, it is.
It's official.
Thank you for your kindness and patience, members of the committee. I am Tony Buxton of Portland and of Pretty Flaherty, representing New England Aqua Venice today on LD 336, but my comments are focused on what the PUC would be asked to do by the bill. I represented Maine Aqua Ventus in its 6 years at the PUC, including negotiation of the MAV contract now assigned to NEAV. It is our hope that LD 336 ultimately will be constructed to substantially replicate the MAV negotiation process. As you know, Maine's offshore wind vision, approved by 3 governors and multiple legislatures, has been to create an industry building floating offshore wind in Maine with local workers and materials using Maine's Volturnus technology, and with those units ultimately being towed to the various oceans of the world. The existing Monhegan contract, originally within a MAV, for example, helps to build that industry by requiring commercially reasonable efforts to, among other things, use 50% Maine workers and Maine businesses, use Maine-based environmental ocean consultants, engineering firms, and UMaine researchers and students, use 50% Maine-based entities for design and manufacturing, which must total at least 50% of all capital expenditures of a project costing well in excess of $100 million. And pay at least $10 million to Maine workers during construction, contract for 50% of operation and maintenance with Maine-based entities, create a K through 12 education program, including workforce development at UMaine, Maine Maritime, and the community colleges, prefer Maine's suppliers and subcontractors, pay UMaine at least $7 million for design and program management, and of particular relevance to this bill. The MAV contract requires that the contract holder propose an additional project of at least 100 megawatts in the Gulf of Maine. The research array, the subject of this bill, is planned at 144 megawatts, and it is that additional project. LD 336 thus can help continue to turn Maine's offshore wind vision into a reality. There also are annual reporting requirements and very stiff penalties for failure in the MAV contract, for failure to conform to the contract itself. We also recommend that LD 336 contain additional requirements that would apply to NEAV. First, the Maine headquarters and staff. Second, mandatory use of Maine ports. Third, building of the 300-foot in diameter, 10,000-ton platforms in Maine. Fourth, support as requested by the state of Maine and paying for the state of Maine's pursuit of a BOEM lease, if requested. Fifth, negotiation of a project labor agreement with Maine labor organizations. And finally, helping the governor's energy office maintain an open platform in the research array for research. You obviously will decide whether to include these.
Thank you. And we are at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I apologize. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Buxton? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Barry, and thank you, Mr. Buxton, for your testimony. I'm wondering, it would seem from all the testimony we've heard thus far, and probably more to come, that there's a lot of benefit this project will offer to Maine citizens, Maine taxpayers. However, the costs we're going to ask to be borne by the Maine ratepayers. And I'm wondering if that seems completely equitable in that I don't think we're going to look at Maine ratepayers as being the only ones that see financial gain from this bill. So I was wondering if you could talk to that, and also obviously industrial energy users are included in that group, if you will, on who will be on the hook for paying the rates that the PUC comes up with versus all of those who will benefit from the financial aspects of what those rates are paying for. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Representative. And if I may answer that question in a couple of parts. First, we would urge, and we'll be glad to supply materials to the committee, that as you look at that question of equity, you review the history of Maine's offshore wind effort. In my testimony, I emphasized the fact that the legislature and governors have decided that, and indeed the people of Maine in referendum, that the purpose is to build an industry, not just to build an offshore wind project. And the benefit of the industry, obviously, is onshore primarily, with what we believe would be hundreds and hundreds of jobs as are being contracted for to our south, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and so on. It would take advantage of our unique marine culture and many of the skills that Maine people have that date from clipper ship days in when we, for 60 years in a row, built more ships in Maine than in any other state in the country. So that's been the overall purpose, and we'll provide those materials to you. In regard to the equity, there really are only a few ways for Maine to get itself in this position. And you are acutely aware of those. There's the general fund, and there are other means. And one of them is obviously putting things in rates. The constraint this bill would impose, we hope, would be that, like MAV, it would be negotiated with the involvement of the staff, the utilities, the electric utilities, and the public advocate, and reviewed by the commission with all the expertise it needs to retain, and decided upon, yes or no, by the commission. And so that would be the ultimate question. What is this equitable? Is this in the public interest to do? The benefits need to be part of that equation. And we'll provide to the committee the studies that were done early on with Maine Aquaventus and done in other states. We'll summarize those for you that show enormous economic benefit from building these projects in Maine. But we agree it requires expertise and judgment. And fortunately, that's what the commission was created for. And I'll just conclude by saying it is NEAV's view that Maine is best protected, like any other state, when the people with expertise at the commission have the final say. And you establish the program, and they provide the hours of the hundreds of hours, the thousands of hours that it takes to get somewhere with that analysis. And we're happy to help.
Any questions from the committee? Mr. Buxton, if the commission were to have final say, would you favor making this a may rather than a shall?
Yes. However, that being said, I want to be completely candid about this.
Mm-hmm.
The University of Maine has done two things quite remarkable. First, it invented this technology specifically, and not by coincidence, but by intent, to use Maine resources, cement, rocks, and labor, to build a technology that other countries like South Korea are going to build entirely out of steel. So the purpose was multifaceted. Secondly, the university has managed to attract two very experienced, very big worldwide companies who have built almost a quarter of the world's offshore wind into a partnership to commercialize that technology. Those parties, who obviously are my clients, will put over $100 million into the Monhegan project alone. That's just, I'm not sure there's precedent for that in Maine history. I mean, that is a massive amount of money to further a technology that the University of Maine owns and will license in perpetuity for its benefit. This is, quite frankly, I've been involved in this now for 10 years. This is a stunningly successful step in the effort to commercialize UMaine's technology. And so May is fine, but the question should be to the commission, what will further the public interest, including, as Dr. Silkman has pointed out, the need for offshore wind in the Gulf, the potential to build this industry so it helps people all over Maine, and to pursue our climate goals. And so we have confidence, NEAV has confidence that if the commission looks at that and finds reasonable costs in light of all the circumstances, and in particular, as it may be advised by people like the National Renewable Energy Labs or other experts who understand these costs worldwide of basic materials like concrete and steel, we think the public interest will be protected and that we'll be able to go forward. I'm sorry to go on so long on that answer, but that's really the heart of the matter. And I know you're concerned about that. You're working hard on costs, and NEAV fully understands that. NEAV is willing to have an open book, transparent negotiation, revealing all our costs, everything, in the course of this negotiation with the commission. There's no other way to do this other than based on, trust but verify, as a famous public official once noted. And we're committed to go forward with that if you agree.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Buxton. We'll go on to Hannah Allen. Welcome, Hannah.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, hi, good morning, afternoon. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technologies. I'm Hannah Allen, now of Hamden, Maine, here to speak in support of LD 336. I'm thankful once again to have the opportunity to speak to my experience with the floating offshore wind industry in Maine. I was born and raised in Farmington. I graduated from Mount Blue High School 2011. I left the state for a stint, did my undergraduate degree in Connecticut, worked in Massachusetts for about 1.5 years in the defense industry. And I was really looking for something different where I could have a bigger impact on maybe on a more global scale. And I was fortunate enough to had the opportunity to apply to UMaine Graduate School, and I pursued a degree in mechanical engineering with a focus on floating offshore wind. I've dedicated the last 3.5 years of my life to increasing my knowledge about technologies in the offshore wind industry, both while completing my master's degree and now as a full-time engineer at the Advanced Structures and Composites Center at UMaine. This research array represents the potential for Maine to continue on as an example of how offshore wind can be done right. Research on this scale is critical to promoting a more complete understanding of the impacts of floating offshore wind, both for industry and the public at large. With the planned deployment of the single turbine off Monhegan Island, we are taking a valuable step forward, but without any steps to follow, we risk losing much of the progress that has been gained. Offshore wind was the reason I came back to Maine, and now as a research engineer, it's one of the reasons I have stayed. Through the advancement of floating offshore wind in our state, I hope that many others will find it as a reason for them to stay or even never leave. Working in the floating offshore wind industry in this capacity was a dream I never could have imagined coming true in Maine, and I almost pursued in California just a few years ago. But now here I am on an incredible team that keeps growing. I am hopeful that that dream will be attainable for generations coming behind us, and even those looking for new opportunity right now. But that cannot happen without your support. I encourage this committee to support LD 336. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allen. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
And we'll go on to Stephen Hudson, also from Pretty Flaherty. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Stephen Hudson, a partner with Pretty Flaherty. I'm here today to deliver the testimony of Blaine Buck, a resident of Camden and a founding member of the Cordia Capital Projects Group. I spoke with Mr. Buck last night. He extends his regrets that he could not be here to deliver his testimony himself, but he asked me to deliver it for him. Mr. Buck has over 30 years of experience practicing architecture, engineering, and project management for a wide number of clients around the world. He is a licensed architect, a registered professional engineer, a certified project management professional, and a certified energy manager. As I mentioned, he's a founding member of Cordia Capital Projects Group, which is a professional consultancy dedicated to delivering cost-effective construction risk management, real estate asset solutions, architecture, and engineering services to their clients. And they have substantial experience in successfully developing projects around the world. He wanted me to say that he has reviewed a history of the offshore wind development, and he wanted to provide some comments related to his project development experience. In project development, planning is critical. He sees that in the kind of sustained commitment the community needed to make the UMaine's vision into a practical reality. Thoughtful staffing and consultant selection can make or break development projects. This project appears to him to have brought together the right mix of qualified government officials at the state level with experience in the applicable administrative processes at the federal level, with an experienced offshore wind developer. Finally, as with so many proposed developments, timing is critical to success. It appears to Mr. Buck that our neighboring states and the federal government are committed to developing offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. How to control the timing of such development will be essential to Maine's reaping of the benefits of offshore wind. He believes that this bill will allow Maine to do both. He wanted me to specifically close and say to this committee that he feels that we run the risk of missing the window if we delay any further. As he said it very bluntly, we're almost 10 years too late. He supports LD 336 and asked the committee to do so also. I'm happy to take any questions from Mr. Buck back to him and get answers to you before the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hudson, for Mr. Buck's testimony. I don't have really a question for Mr. Buck. I appreciate his testimony, but I do have a question for you, and I won't grab you for an answer here, but if you could, for me, for the work session, normally we hear on almost any bill that's going to affect rates from another group that you represent, IECG. I'm wondering if you could, for the work session, at least supply to me some information on how they see what appears to be a fairly significant effect on rates and ratepayers and their position on this. Thank you.
I'll be glad to do that. The IECG has not taken a position on this piece of legislation, but I'll be glad to tee the question up to our president and our board of directors.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. And we'll go on to Ben Brown. Welcome, Ben.
Representative Berry. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Benjamin Brown, and I'm Director of Industry Education for the Business Network for Offshore Wind. I live in Gray, and I'm testifying in favor of LD 336 on behalf of the Business Network. The Business Network is a nonprofit organization focused on the development of the U.S. offshore wind industry and its supply chain here in the U.S. And for a little bit more information on the Business Network, you can see that in my testimony that I'll submit shortly. I have 3 points of support for this bill and then a comment that I'd like to share. My first point, we need data and lived experience to integrate floating offshore wind into federal waters. The establishment of lease areas and permitting permissions on the outer continental shelf by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is informed by stakeholder comments, and the permitting decisions are driven by data. This bill is supporting the creation of a research project in federal waters that will allow Maine, BOEM, and all stakeholders to collect the data needed to answer the questions regarding what are the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of floating offshore wind, and then use these data-driven answers to inform if and how commercial floating offshore wind projects should be sited and permitted. For those who'd like to learn more about BOEM's permitting process in the information that they have already gathered, in my testimony, there's a link to BOEM's renewable energy page where you can find studies in their permitting process. Second point. Best practice is being followed. We have 7 offshore wind turbines here in the US, and only 2 of them are in federal waters. Those 2 turbines are part of a research project in a research lease. They're being used to collect data on behalf of the state of Virginia, BOEM, Dominion Energy, and all stakeholders about the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of offshore wind. Once again, the permitting process for offshore wind is driven by data, and this bill supports the same process that's been used to inform the permitting process for commercial fixed bottom farms. Only in this case, we're talking about floating offshore wind. And once again, I've put in my testimony, there's a link to the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project, the CVOW project, where you'll be able to learn more about what they've learned from that installation. And then my third point is a positive economic and industrial impact. This bill is going to have a positive economic and industrial impact in Maine because it will make Maine a first mover in the US floating offshore wind industry. In 2016, Rhode Island built the first offshore wind project here in the US, and state, federal, and private investment followed Rhode Island's leadership. And as a result, the first ports, vessels, and elements of the supply chain were built in Rhode Island, and now they're servicing the rest of the US. We have a chance to do that here with this research array, as it will seed investment needed here in the state to build out the assets and the supply chain that will support the project, as well as the global offshore wind industry. And it's going to be a boon for Maine manufacturing, Maine ports, Maine boat building, vessel operators, and Maine labor, both on and offshore. And then the comment that I'd just like to make is that Maine has a chance to take a leadership role in offshore wind here in the US. And I believe we should hold true to our state motto of Dirigo, and we should lead and take advantage of this opportunity. To conclude, if the committee has any questions, I'm happy to answer those questions. Even though I work nationally, I live and work here in Maine, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Other questions? Seeing none, we'll go on to David Costello. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the committee. My name is David Costello. I'm the Climate and Clean Energy Program Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm testifying today in strong support of LD 336. Harnessing a very small portion of the Gulf of Maine's vast offshore wind energy resources is essential for meeting the state's statutory requirements, required climate goals, and for diminishing the most harmful health, economic, and environmental impacts of climate change, the harmful effects of which are real and immediate, and our response, including offshore wind energy development, must be pursued with increasing urgency. Tapping into Maine's vast offshore wind power potential is also key to maximizing the tremendous employment, community, and economic opportunities associated with Maine's clean energy transition, a transition that is already supporting hundreds of local jobs and businesses, lowering electricity bills, increasing state and local revenues, and helping to build a more reliable and resilient electric grid. NRCM recognizes that offshore wind development may have impacts on existing uses of the Gulf of Maine, but we also believe that the Gulf is large enough to support multiple uses, including power generation. We strongly support the efforts by the Mills Administration, the University of Maine, and others to avoid, minimize, and mitigate the potential harmful impacts and ensure that offshore wind is developed in a way that works for Maine families and communities. LD 336 will bolster the Mills Administration's already measured approach to responsibly developing Maine's offshore wind energy potential by requiring the PUC to negotiate and enter into a power purchase contract needed to advance the development of a small research array as discussed in the Gulf of Maine. Because floating offshore technology is still in the development phase, the state's research first approach is an appropriate and is fundamental to understanding the potential impacts of offshore wind energy development on Gulf habitats, fish, wildlife, and on how floating offshore wind can coexist with all marine resource users. Additionally, because Maine has stepped forward to prudently manage the Gulf offshore wind industry resources, the U.S. Department of Interior is holding back on plans to auction commercial energy development leases in the Gulf of Maine. However, BOEM will not, as people have discussed, hold off indefinitely. Maine can either lead or participate as just another stakeholder. Governor Mills has chosen to lead, and LD 336 will aid the administration's efforts to put Maine's interests and priorities at the forefront. NRCM appreciates the Mills administration's deliberative approach to offshore wind power development and urges the committee to join us in supporting this important climate and economic development initiative. And I thank you for your consideration and would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will go on to Sean Mahoney. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the Energy and Utilities and Technology Committee. My name is Sean Mahoney. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation, and I'm here to testify in support of LP 336. In addition to my written testimony already submitted today, I would like to highlight the testimony of Professor Fernandez and Dr. Silkman. I think it's very important that in thinking about these projects, we focus on the facts, the science, and the economics. I would add the following. What we know is that we don't meet our climate goals without offshore wind. We also know we need more data to be able to better evaluate the impacts of siting, constructing, and operating offshore wind. We know that getting that data is costly. And we know that LD 336 will allow the Public Utilities Commission to negotiate the best deal that would provide resources to cover those costs in a process that is transparent and open to all. I would note that of the large-scale offshore wind power projects that are going forward in New England, the long-term power purchase agreements for the energy from those projects is substantially below the average price of electricity in those states. That's both Rhode Island and Massachusetts. And they would be below the average cost of electricity here in the state of Maine, which ranges from 8 to 9 cents per kilowatt hour. Maine's legislature called for harnessing the energy of offshore wind almost 2 decades ago with the enactment of the Maine Wind Energy Act. That was followed by the work of the Maine Ocean Energy Task Force in 2009, which I was honored to be a member of. It's time to heed the call to action in our climate plan and in the previous work done by legislature and administrations before us. LD 336 will help make that happen, and we urge you to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Are there questions? Seeing none, we will go on to hear from Tom Welsh. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. I'm Tom Welch. I live in Hancock, Maine. I served as chairman of the Maine Public Utilities Commission from 1993 to 2005, and again from 2011 through 2014, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 336. When I was chairman of the PUC, I participated in a case considering the value of fostering a significant role for Maine in developing the electricity generation using floating offshore wind turbines. And in a decision in 2014, Commissioner Littell and I shared the following view. And I'll quote, "There's an unquantifiable, but nevertheless important economic value associated with establishing Maine on the forefront of offshore wind development. This project," and there we were talking about Maine Aquaventus, "is the kind of investment contemplated by the Ocean Energy Act as the foundation for building a strong offshore wind industry in Maine. In addition, projects such as this establish Maine as a center for cutting-edge development of this emerging technology and may capture the imagination and generate excitement among a new generation of talented professionals to stay and be attracted to Maine. Retaining this young talent in Maine could only have a positive effect on Maine's demographic and economic future," end quote. And frankly, some of the testimony you've heard this morning reflects, I think, the fruits of that earlier effort. LD 336 is designed to achieve essentially the same research and renewable energy development goals with the similar benefits to Maine as the proposal that we considered in 2014. In addition, and importantly, LD 336 would enable Maine to move beyond research and development and into a meaningful level of production, and therefore produce much more robust research and development results. I think it is an appropriate next step for Maine to take, especially in light of the rapidly worsening climate change crisis and the timely economic value the effort supported by LD 336 would bring. One of the questions that those in Maine pondering Maine's economic future ask is, what does Maine have, or what can Maine develop that the rest of the world might want to buy? Maine's rich near offshore wind resource suggests to me that at least one of the answers to that question is envisioned by LD 336, the prospect of an industry-leading and exportable renewable energy technology. So in sum, I believe that participating in the global decarbonization effort is a moral imperative. Second, that developing Maine-based research, development, and production relating to renewable energy in Maine is sound economic policy. And frankly, the effort here envisioned is sufficiently integral to electricity production, generation, and sale that funding this effort using electricity customer money and rates is a reasonable approach. So I respectfully request the committee to vote ought to pass, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, we appreciate your joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to hear from Anya Fetcher.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Berry and Senator Lawrence and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Anya Fetcher, and I'm here submitting testimony on behalf of Environment Maine and our thousands of members across the state in strong support of LD 336. If passed, the legislation would authorize the PUC to pursue a contract for output of the Gulf of Maine floating offshore wind research array. So this bill would kickstart the process for developing the research array, and it's entirely necessary to move us forward on a timely track to pursue offshore wind in Maine. We're already seeing the impacts of climate change here in Maine and around the world. The rapidly warming Gulf of Maine and ocean acidification, more frequent extreme weather events, shorter winters and drought conditions, rising sea levels, these impacts affect all Maine communities. Our beautiful beaches and our ski slopes, diverse ecosystems off our coasts and in our untouched forests, the food we eat and the places we love are all threatened by climate change. For these reasons and so many more, Maine cannot wait another second to act on climate. If we're going to reach the energy and emission goals put forth by Governor Mills and the Maine Climate Council, we will need offshore wind energy. We simply cannot get there without it. When it comes to building a future built on clean, renewable energy that doesn't pollute our planet and ensures a livable world for generations to come, offshore wind is a clear answer, and it stands more than ready to take on the challenge. Timely development of offshore wind is of the utmost importance, and passage of this bill would ensure that we seize the opportunity to respond effectively to the devastating effects of climate change and not fall behind in the push for renewable energy. There are numerous steps yet to take before we can begin actually generating electricity from offshore wind, so the passage of LD 336 now is necessary to put that process in motion. We have a robust and almost absurdly abundant renewable resource blowing off our shores here in the Gulf of Maine, and we need to take advantage of it. Our recent report, Offshore Wind for America, showed that we could power our current electricity demand 35 times over with offshore wind alone. Perhaps even more impressively, in a future where we transition our state to run almost completely on electricity by 2050, offshore wind could still power over 13 times our electricity demand. If we're to meet that future head on, we need to take steps now to catalyze development of offshore wind, and that starts with a research array. Ultimately, we need to use every resource available to cut carbon emissions and slow the effects of climate change. This research array will give us the data we'll need to develop offshore wind effectively and with minimal impact on the environment and communities. The impacts of climate change will be vastly more devastating to coastal ecosystems than any potential impact offshore wind development might have. The longer we wait, the more we fall behind, and we all know Maine won't wait. We respectfully urge you to vote to pass on LD 336. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fetcher. Are there questions from the committee? And seeing none, we appreciate your joining us. And we'll go on next to Mr. Hobbins, the public advocate.
Good afternoon, Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Barry Hobbins, and I am public advocate for the state and speaking on behalf of the Office of the Public Advocate. I am here to testify in strong support of LD 336. The Office of the Public Advocate has long supported Maine's efforts to make Maine an international hub for the beginning of the University of Maine's patented technology. This effort has been endorsed by multiple governors, numerous legislatures, scores of institutions and businesses, and thousands of Maine consumers. Floating offshore wind is in the public interest, and it will obtain high local load factors, renewable load factors at reasonable cost. And according to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, will continue to have decreasing costs in the future. Maine's commitment to offshore wind development had its genesis 14 years ago when the legislature enacted the recommendations of the governor's task force on wind power development, which established the first state goal of offshore wind. This was followed by the Ocean Energy Task Force, which was established by Governor Baldacci by executive order in November of 2008, and charged with recommending a strategy for moving forward expeditiously as practical with the development of the vast indigenous renewable energy resources of the Gulf of Maine. I know these facts because I served on the Ocean Energy Task Force, which in its 2009 report in December called for legislation regarding and requiring a commission RFP for long-term contracts of the Ocean Energy Act and tidal power, even at above market rates, if the rate impact were reasonable. The willingness at that time to accept higher cost was built upon the recognition of significant future economic, workforce, education, and environmental benefits. The Ocean Energy Task Force affirmed the vision of ocean energy technology development in the state of Maine, for the state of Maine. The report also called for citing of, quote, a commercial scale offshore wind energy development in Maine's coastal waters and adjoining federal waters in 2015. I was fortunate to be asked to be the sponsor of the Ocean Energy Act, and I also chaired the committee of jurisdiction, which is the committee you are sitting on, which enacted the Ocean Energy Act with a unanimous vote of both House and Senate. I could go on, but I know time is approaching, but I would urge you to, as you always do, read my testimony. And let me just finish up by saying, let me be clear, the Office of the Public Advocate sees the national and regional commitment to develop large amounts of offshore wind in federal waters by 2030. The only question is whether Maine leverages this commitment to its advantage while retaining as much control as possible to benefit our entire economy, or whether Maine is a passive bystander as the Gulf of Maine is developed for the benefit of other states which are not concerned about Maine lobstermen. Maine has come a long way in the steadfast pursuit of our opportunities in ocean energy for diverse reasons, including but not limited to the price and volatility of fossil fuels, environmental and economic considerations for over a decade. Maine policy has unwavering support in supporting ocean offshore wind development within the statutory bounds created by the legislature. We should not falter at this critical moment. I'd be happy to answer any questions. My other points are in my remarks. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for the public advocate? All right, seeing none. Good
Thank
to see you. Thanks for your testimony, and we'll go on to Carrie Cullen-Hitt.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much for having me this afternoon. And good afternoon to Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the committee. I appreciate you having me here today. I'm testifying here on behalf of Bill number 336. My name is Carrie Cullen-Hitt, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Offshore Wind Research and Development Consortium. We're a not-for-profit partnership focused on advancing offshore wind research technology in the United States through high-impact research projects and cost-effective and responsible development to maximize economic benefits. Funding from the consortium comes from the Department of Energy, 5 states, including Maine, and a number of private and other stakeholders in the offshore wind industry. To date, we have approximately $47 million in available funding for research projects in offshore wind, and we recently made 40 research awards over the past 2 years, one of which has gone to the University of Maine, for approximately $1.5 million, which is focusing on design validation and certification of mooring line systems. I think someone spoke to actual mooring line systems earlier in the hearing this morning. So we do work with the University of Maine on this project. They are a contractor to us. They also are a subcontractor to a number of other research projects that we have funded. You can find more information about our awards and the work that we do on our website, and I will be filing written testimony, and that link will be included there. I'll just make a couple brief remarks this afternoon. I know I'm eating into your lunch hour, and I'm sure you'd like to be eating lunch at this point. Research plays an important role in energy development throughout the world, and particularly in offshore wind in the US, where innovation and technological advancements will lower cost, mitigate environmental impacts, and contribute to the development of local jobs. The offshore wind economy needs all types of skills and insight into construction and technology. Research also helps to inform all stakeholders and policymakers as to what is needed to effectively mitigate any impacts, as well as build environmentally responsible projects. As you all know and have heard this morning, offshore wind is an important part of Maine's clean energy plan and economic future. Maine is already a key participant in developments in offshore wind, both in the US and internationally. They're home to the key research center, the Advanced Structures and Composite Center, and I know some of the folks that work there and direct that work spoke to earlier this morning. If constructed, a research array in Maine will be one of the first pre-commercial scale floating offshore wind projects in the world and will highlight Maine's capabilities and potential. This bill will help advance the prospect of a research array, which will continue the great work already started in Maine and leverage the advantages and research capabilities that you have in this nascent industry. And with that, I'll stop, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Cullen-Hitt. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I appreciate your joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We will look forward to your written testimony, and going on to a former member of this committee who I served with back when this offshore wind journey started, Stacy Fitz. Welcome. And we trust that you have some kind of a tribute for us.
I don't know how much of a tribute, but I will say that each of us that started this journey with the Ocean Energy Task Force have gotten a lot whiter over the years. And it became really obvious when I saw Tony Buxton speak, and I thought, oh my, we've been doing this a long time. But Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology, my name is Stacy Fitz. I'm a resident of Pittsfield, and I appear before you in support of LD 336. And I was a member of the Ocean Energy Task Force and just about every other task force, I think, back in those days. But, you know, the report came out in 2009. And I have put a link to that report in my written testimony. And I would ask the committee if they have the opportunity to go back and read that report, because it has a considerable amount of foresight. There were things that were identified as targets that we're still talking about today. That was 12 years ago. And despite the work that was done then and all of the roadblocks, obstacles, setbacks, typical of any development, this is still moving forward. And the concept of the Monhegan project, which, you know, is moving forward, and as Mr. Buxton identified, it was anticipated that the second phase of that project is what we're talking about now. And within that Ocean Energy Task Force report, there's recommendations about contracting authority, and that's what we're talking about here as well. The ultimate goal is to electrify Maine, move Maine off all of the other avenues that we've chosen to pick and choose our energy sources and eventually get us to an electrified transportation and heating sector. That can't happen without these alternative technologies moving forward. And, you know, my testimony's got a little bit of everything in it, but one of the items that this committee has available to it is to put the rails on how the PUC moves forward with their contracting authority. I think it's certainly appropriate to consider those impacts, make sure that you are satisfied that they have the direction that they need to do their work. One area that isn't typically talked about, but is identified in that Ocean Energy Task Force report as well, is on the area of transmission constraints and limited transmission. And those limitations are going to become even more impactful as we start to move towards projects that go beyond this one. But I think the precedent can be set today to start giving the Public Utilities Commission the tools they need to do their work. And if there are constraint risks, we don't want ratepayers to bear those. We want those constraints and the costs that go along with constraints to be taken on by developers, by those that are causing those costs. So if we begin to look forward, develop that roadmap and plan that goes along with this second phase, I think there is an opportunity for success. And it's either going to happen with Maine, you've heard over and over, Maine involved, or it's going to be by others. And I urge you to support this bill, and but then also give the PUC the direction they need. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Stacy, good to see you always.
I even got a haircut for this, so that's amazing.
Nice. All right, we're honored. I do have a question, which is whether in you're testifying in your personal capacity, or I believe you do also work in the industry, right?
I do, but I'm here as a former legislator, a member of this committee, and a member of the task force, and really doing this on my time.
Yeah, and if I may be so bold, is the business you're working for interested in offshore wind, or mostly doing onshore stuff?
Our primary focus has been onshore and solar. We have now merged with a sister company, and we also have natural gas available. And that's primarily the reason is to deal with intermittency and some of the factors that go along with it. We haven't pursued efforts on the offshore side. I think every energy company is going to have to look at that as a viable additional market, and that will come.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we are very interested in the transmission problem, so appreciate your flagging that, and look forward to reading your testimony in more detail and any follow-up. Other questions from the committee? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And we'll go next to Allison Bates. Welcome.
Thank you. Dear Representative Berry, Senator Lawrence, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Dr. Allison Bates. I'm a professor of renewable energy and environmental studies at Colby College. I live here in Waterville. I'm raising my young family here. I actually grew up in rural Maine. My fondest memories of my childhood are boating around Penobscot Bay. I have a really deep appreciation for Maine's natural resources, including coastal communities. And I've since dedicated my career towards conservation of the ocean and of ocean-based communities. I'm very interested in ways to develop clean energy in a way that benefits our environment and families. I have more than 10 years of research experience around social aspects of offshore wind through my work in the Mid-Atlantic, South Shore, Massachusetts, and now that I'm back in Maine, I look forward to applying my experience here in my home state. I'm speaking in support of the bill to encourage floating offshore wind research. Maine has a unique and unparalleled opportunity to support an offshore wind industry in a way that's data-driven, based on best available science, to support any industry growth in a prudent and informed way. We all know the US is undergoing a significant energy transition right now. Clean and renewable energy will make up a large proportion of the energy that we consume. Offshore wind has tremendous potential in the US and in the Gulf of Maine, and it can support a local industry, create new jobs, develop supply chains, and reduce reliance on polluting fossil fuels. Our deep waters host incredible biodiversity and support thousands of jobs, but our deep waters also mean energy development requires unique and new technology, floating wind turbines. Floating offshore wind is an emerging industry, and we're likely to see significant interest from industry coming into Maine in the coming years. Right now, we are in an enviable position to be proactive and take a thoughtful and prudent approach by supporting research-based wind development now. We need social and ecological research to understand how this technology will interact with Maine's people, our economy, our livelihoods, fishing, recreation, tourism, our environment. But we critically need opportunities to study those interactions in situ. We simply cannot rely on desk-based analyses and assume that our experiences here in Maine will be the same as what others have experienced. The learning that can come from offshore wind research site will help to answer how coastal communities interact with floating wind turbines, identify the trade-offs, learn about risk, safety, inform future developments in a data-driven manner. The research array proposed by the state addresses what has long been identified as a necessary step for offshore wind in the United States, obtaining data that is collected here. We can do this by Mainers and for Mainers so that we are leading the industry in designing our own roadmap. The opportunity to do floating wind right is urgent, and the opportunity is here. This can be done in a way that helps preserve communities at sea, shoreside communities, by approaching offshore wind in a balanced and cautious approach. We can take a bold and necessary step here in Maine, and I really encourage your support of LD 336. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bates. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thanks for hanging in there through this long hearing. And up next is Habib Dagher from the University of Maine. Welcome.
Good afternoon,
Habib.
Chair Barry, Senator Lawrence, members of the EUT. I'm Habib Dagher. I'm the Executive Director of the University of Maine's Advanced Structures and Composite Center. For the last 35 years at UMaine, I've dedicated my life to develop technologies to create Maine jobs and protect the environment. I've been before you many times in the past decades, and thank you for your steadfast support. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, for your amazing leadership back in 1996 to start R&D in the state of Maine. And thank you, Representative Berry, for your participation on this committee for many, many years. Our center, our composite center at the University of Maine, through research grants and contracts, has financially sponsored over 2,600 student interns who got paid to work on research projects, which has transformed their education. Over the past decade, dozens have worked on offshore wind in our laboratory, and some today, and you've heard from them, are leaders in the industry. LD 336 is the key to retain this homegrown talent of highly committed, bright young engineers, such as Dr. Vizelli that you heard from, and Dr. Ward that you heard from, the younger Dr. Ward, even though both are good people. And they're needed. They're needed to grow a whole new industry, clean industry in the state of Maine. LD 336 is also key to retain our investors. I am testifying, therefore, in strong support for LD 336. Why now? In 2010, as you heard, the legislature voted unanimously for Maine to enter the offshore wind race. And Maine voters approved an $11 million bond for Maine to do this work, to do floating wind. The people in Maine has paid us to do this a decade ago, and the legislators told us, go and do this. We've been busy for the last decade. We developed a technology that could be made in Maine. We earned over 60 patents, attracted $150 million of funding from the Department of Energy and Industrial Investments. However, we cannot take our success or our investors for granted. New technologies have a shelf life, and investment will go where it is welcome. LD 336 now is key to keep Maine in the race, to stay relevant to our investors and finish the job that Mainers have asked us to do. Maine does not have time to blink. The Olympics 100-meter dash race is on, and the starter gun has been fired. The world and the rest of the East Coast states are already running. Our main team has been preparing for this for 12 years, and we're able to win the floating race. However, without LD 336, we'll remain on the sidelines of the race, watching other runners go by. Please see the figure I have in my testimony. New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Senate voted 26-1 to procure 600 megawatts of offshore wind. Massachusetts, 5,600 megawatts. Connecticut, 2,000 megawatts. New York, 9,000 megawatts. New Jersey, 7,500 megawatts. LD 336 is a very small commitment in comparison, and I think Maine can do that. Approving LD 336 start the process, a long process that may take more than 5 years. It'll allow the state to work with fishermen to locate a site that everybody can agree on. Will allow time to properly evaluate environmental and ecological impacts. Why is the research array needed? There's a lot of work between testing a single prototype in Monhegan and starting a whole new industry. The research array is needed to learn how to effectively scale up, how to conduct serial production in Maine, how to keep the jobs in Maine. The Monhegan project will be hand-built. We need to evaluate where and how to serially build these complex units, how to deploy them, how to efficiently moor and anchor them, how to effectively maintain them, and what major upgrades are needed in our port facilities. We need to design and build vessels that will shuttle hundreds of workers to the farms. We need to develop effective worker training programs. We need to prepare for a marathon. And when we do that, we don't just wake up tomorrow morning and run 26 miles. The research array prepares us for the marathon. LD 336 is about preparing for the marathon. Crawl before you walk, and walk before you run. And how did we pick RWE and the Diamond Mitsubishi Corporation? With $11 million invested by Maine voters, we generated 60 patents and won $50 million from the Department of Energy. With this success, numerous private companies competed to build Aquaventus, and we chose two of the best in the world, RWE and Diamond Generating Corporation, a subsidiary of Mitsubishi. Why did we select them? Because they are world leaders, because they shared our vision to lead in the floating wind space, because they committed $100 million to build the Aquaventus on their balance sheet.
I have to let you go on past your 3 minutes, but is there a final sentence you want to tuck in there?
Absolutely. LD 336 now keeps Maine in the race, keeps our engineers in Maine, keeps our investors in Maine, and allows us to finish the job that Mainers have voted for us to do. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
That's great. Thank you, and appreciate your hanging in for this long hearing. I know you have submitted written testimony. We'll make sure to read anything we might have missed. And if there are any questions from the committee, those can be asked now as well. Great. All right. Well, good to see you, Professor Dogger.
Thank you.
And we will, I think, be closing up the hearing fairly soon. That is the end of the list that I have from our clerk of those who had signed up previously to testify. If there is anyone who had not signed up, and I do see a number in the attendees that have not spoken, if you want to raise your hand now, I can let you in and you can have 3 minutes with the committee. And Representative Fockingham, please join us. We'll bring you over. And if there's anyone else, just put your hand up and Jordan will let you in as well. Anyone who's not yet testified, I should say. And as soon as Representative Fockingham has been able to tune in, he can go ahead. All right, Representative Fockingham.
Hello, good afternoon, Representative Barry. Are you ready for me?
Yes, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Barry, Senator Lawrence, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I come today to speak in opposition to this bill. In 2019, 80% of Maine's electricity net generation came from renewable energy sources. Maine leads New England in wind-powered generation. We rank 6th in the nation, and wind provides 24% of our net generation. I point this out to say that Maine is a leader. I see many people testifying in a way that portrays Maine as being in the back of the pack, which is far from the truth. This is This bill is confusing. Why would Maine taxpayers fund this research that would essentially be a subsidy for foreign corporations? Worse yet, after funding that research, why would we put the profiter in charge of the research? What I'd like to know, and this question has been asked a lot, is why haven't we started an independent study on the environmental impacts? We keep being told that we need to move quickly to meet the governor's ambitious goals. I've heard this over and over and over again from many people in this public hearing and in others. But where did these goals come from, and why are we using these goals as a target? We keep being told that we need to hurry so that Maine will be a leader, but what does that really mean? Does that really mean so that Mitsubishi can be a leader? How does this really benefit the Maine taxpayers and ratepayers? We've been told this bill has no contract price on the limit of power delivery, and as a matter of fact, there's truly not a bill before us today because it's coming at a later date, apparently. We need to make sure that whatever happens, that the PUC has the final say. The fishing industry has been getting thrown under the bus on this issue. We keep being told that the Gulf of Maine has 36,000 square miles of, and the fishing industry needs to share. Well, in that regard, state waters are only 3,000 miles. So why can't we, with 36,000 square miles in the Gulf of Maine, why isn't it easy to take that 3,000 miles immediately off the table? That seems pretty reasonable. Federal Area 1, which is the nearest federal area where pretty close to 100% of Maine's lobster industry fishes in federal waters, is only 11,098 square miles in its entirety from the New Hampshire border to Canada. So that leaves 2/3 of the Gulf of Maine that is almost completely unfished by Maine's fishing fleet. So why is the fishing fleet being branded as selfish when we're only talking about 1/3 of the water, and we can't even get that 1/3 excluded from this conversation? It seems kind of like a contradictory statement and attack on the fishery to brand the fishery as the selfish one when there is 2/3 of the Gulf of Maine that is not fished by us, and we can't even move the conversation into that 2/3 of the water. As I've said in previous testimony, we have posed many, and by we I mean the fishing industry, myself included, have posed many questions on the environmental repercussions that have not been answered. It's not good enough to simply state that we need to address global climate change and ignore all the possible environmental impacts. We need an independent study and a roadmap that focuses on the 2/3 of the Gulf of Maine that doesn't impact the majority of Maine's fisheries. If there is to be a research array, it needs to be done beyond 40 miles, and Maine should be guaranteed substantial returns from the corporations who stand to profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fockingham, for your testimony. And are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Good to see you. And is there anyone else in the attendee panel who wishes to testify, either in support, in opposition, or neither for nor against? All right, seeing none, that will conclude the public hearing on LD 336. It will be scheduled for a work session at a later date for the committee to consider the information requested. Please do get that to us through our clerk or analyst, and to look at the amendment that was discussed as well. With that, we have completed our work for today. I'll turn to my co-chair to see if he has any comments, but we do have a number of hearings tomorrow at 10. So I just want to flag that for everybody. Make sure that's on your calendar. I know Wednesdays can be hard because there are a couple of other committees that meet. So if you if you can't be with us, please let us know. We want to make sure there's a quorum. Senator Lawrence, anything else?
No, just thank you to all the committee members for hanging out in this long hearing.
Yes, and your reward is now lunchtime. So enjoy, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10.